faster than a speeding bullet, more powerful than a locomotive, able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird.
It's a plane.
It's Superman.
Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from another world who came to Earth with powers and abilities far beyond those of mortal men. Superman who can change the course of mighty rivers, bend steel in his bare hands, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, fights a never-ending battle for truth, justice, and the American way. But before we join Superman, here's an important message.
Fellows and girls, some time ago I told you a story that I've been asked to repeat. A story about a young boy no older than most of you, who single-handed saved his country from destruction. Now, this boy lived in Holland, which, as you know, is a low country, protected from the sea by a high wall called a dike. Well, one day he was walking along the dike when he noticed water leaking in through a very small hole, a hole no bigger than his little finger. Now, you wouldn't think that a little leak like that could do much damage, would you? No, nor I. But this boy was brought up to know that it didn't take long for the pressure of the water on the outside of the dike to make a small leak larger and larger until the entire dike would be weakened and then collapse. So thinking quickly, the boy stuck his little finger in the small hole and held it there for hours until his cries for help brought men to repair the leak. And not once did he think of his own discomfort or the danger to his life should the dike break down and the sea pour over him. He saw his duty clearly, and he did it. Now, you too have a duty to perform, you and I and all of us, who are either too young or too old to enter the armed forces of the United States. We must do everything we can to preserve the American way of life. And one of the most important things we can do is to buy war-saving stamps every time we've got a dime. Now, a lot of you write in and ask how a single dime can help finance this costly war. Well, that's why I told you the story of the courageous Dutch boy, to show you how important a little thing like a dime can be. Now, just imagine if 10 million of you fellows and girls each bought one 10-cent war stamp every day. That would mean $7 million a week, enough to build 25 flying fortresses. Why, in 6 months, you could have the sky over Berlin and Tokyo black with American bombers. So remember this: a stamp a day will pave the way to victory.
And now, the adventures of Superman. When Clark Kent, Perry White, Lois Lane, and young Jimmy Olsen started for the Hudson Bay region of northern Canada in response to an appeal for help from Sebastian Beauvais, an old friend of White's, they had no idea of the trouble in store for them. But on reaching Ottawa, they were fortunate enough to be offered passage in a private plane to Lake Minto, 30 miles from Beauvais' hunting lodge. In the plane, Kent was shocked to discover that its lone passenger, though he introduced himself as Niles Graham, was in reality the Laugher, a strange fat man who had sworn to prevent Perry White and his party from reaching Beauvais' lodge. Although the Laugher has met Superman, he is not aware that Clark Kent and the Man of Steel are one and the same. The Laugher sits in the rear of the plane, chatting with Clark Kent, little realizing that beside him is Superman, his sworn enemy. Listen.
There's something I should like to ask you, Mr. Kent.
Yes, Mr. Graham?
When your editor, Mr. White, introduced us, I had the feeling somehow that we had met before, and that you recognized me, although I did not recognize you.
As a matter of fact, I did think so, but then I realized we hadn't met.
Forgive my saying so, Mr. Kent, but that does not quite make sense.
What do you mean?
Regard me, Mr. Kent. I am a man of enormous size. My chins are 3, and my stomach, although 1, is large enough for 6 men. I am indeed a monstrous mountain of flesh. Each finger of my hands carries a ring. Even the buttons of my shirt are made of precious stones. I am not the sort of person one forgets easily. Had you ever met me before, you'd have no trouble remembering.
I'm afraid I'll have to admit you're right.
And we have met before, Mr. Kent?
Not that I know of.
I sometimes consider myself psychic, Mr. Kent. I have a hunch we have met before. Yes, we have met before.
I'm sorry. To the best of my knowledge, Clark Kent and Niles Graham have never met before.
Then why did you think you had seen me somewhere?
Well, to be truthful, it was the shock of your appearance alone that made me start. As you yourself have said, Mr. Graham.
What was that? What did you say?
I was merely saying, as you yourself have said, Mr. Graham.
No, you used another name.
I'm afraid you're mistaken.
I am never mistaken. What was the other name you used?
Mr. Graham, I'm beginning to grow a little tired of this conversation. If it can't be carried on pleasantly, I'll rejoin my friends up front.
Sensitive, aren't you? Come, sit down. We'll turn the conversation to another subject, inasmuch as this one seems to be a trifle touchy. Cigarette?
Thank you, no. I don't smoke.
Well, then, just relax and be comfortable. There are so few comforts in the world today that one must enjoy them while he may. I have not yet learned why you and your friends are bound for Lake Minto. A hunting expedition, perhaps?
Of a sort.
Something else you'd rather not talk about?
What? Oh, no, not at all. We're on our way to the hunting lodge of a man named Sebastian Beauvais.
Beauvais?
Mm-hmm.
Well, by heaven, that's wonderful. That's exactly where I am going.
That's so. Well, that's very interesting.
Interesting and exciting, sir. I thought it was going to be a boring trip. But I can't imagine 4 people I'd rather travel with.
You are going to do some hunting, are you?
Yes, moose and caribou. And you and your friend?
Mr. White is the only one who hunts, and he hunts with a camera.
A camera?
Mm-hmm.
How very dull.
Well, I'm afraid I can't agree with you. Photographing wildlife can be very exciting.
Dear me, is there no subject we can really talk about without finding ourselves in disagreement?
Apparently not. At least we don't seem to be having much success. I'd say we ought to forget it and have another try some other time. I'll rejoin my friends now, if you'll pardon me.
Certainly, Mr. Kent. As for myself, it is customary for me to nap in the afternoon. So I shall give myself over to the delicious delights of sleep.
Right. See you later.
Yes, Mr. Kent. Clever young man, Mr. Kent. But not clever enough for me. We have met before. No doubt we shall meet again. No doubt whatever.
On across the unlimited wilderness of northern Canada, the plane wings its way, carrying not only Perry White and his party, but also the man who has vowed to destroy them. At last, the plane reaches Lake Minto. And after the necessary preparations are made, they start the long trek by pack horse into the forests of the North Country. As they thread their way through the almost trackless woods, the sky grows overcast and a cold wind comes up. Soon the wind is a gale, and then the storm hits in all its fury. Hailstones the size of marbles rain down upon the small party, whipping against their faces, stinging their bodies and hands unmercifully. With great difficulty that night, the horses are tethered, tents pegged down against the storm. A quick supper is prepared by the French-Canadian guide, and then all seek the warm shelter of their beds. Again, Clark Kent finds himself thrown into the company of the laugher, Mr. Niles Graham, for they share the same tent. An oil lamp, dangling from the tent pole, casts eerie shadows, while the winds howl and the tent strains at its guy ropes. And round about them in the forest, the trees groan against the lashing of the gale.
It's a devil's brew of a night, Kent.
Yes, it is.
What in the world is all that moaning and groaning I hear?
That's the trees. They're weighted down heavily with ice. Oh, those horses, poor animals. I wonder how they're standing the lashing of those hailstones.
It is a matter of small consequence so long as we are comfortable. What matter the horses?
That's a selfish point of view, Mr. Graham.
Here we go again. Oh, dear me, Mr. Kent, I do wish you'd agree with something I say. What is that?
A tree cracking. Look here, I thought you were a hunter.
I am.
And you certainly don't seem to know much about the forest.
My dear Mr. Kent, merely because I am unable to identify a sound that... Come, we appear to be building up to another argument. Something will really have to be done about these differences of opinion eventually.
I'm inclined to agree with you for perhaps the first time. Oh, those horses bother me. I'm going out to see if I can do anything for them.
Don't be a fool. The way the wind is whipping that hail around, you'll be slashed to ribbons.
I can't help it. I've got to see to those horses. I'll be back in a little while.
You're just a soft-hearted fool, Ken.
Soft-hearted fool, am I? Well, something's got to be done for those horses. Oh, great Scott. No wonder those horses are frightened. This hail is cutting them like knives. Something tells me this is the job for Superman.
All right, boys. Take it easy for just a few minutes now. I'll see what I can do about building a shelter for you. Now, let's see. That oak tree. I'll just rip it up by the root. Get my arms around it. So, and now then, up you come. There we are. Now I'll just use this to knock down a dozen or so of those other trees. Here we go. Hope the others don't hear all this noise I'm making. I don't imagine they will with this storm raging. There. I don't think I'll need much more than this. All right, just another minute, boys. Wait a minute. I'll have a shelter thrown up here for you. I'll just pile these trees one on top of the other and build a sort of wall. I'll use the oak tree for the base. There. Now these others on top. This one. There we are. That does it. All right, come on, boys. This wall will protect you from the wind and hail. Come on, get over here. Get up there. Come on. That's it. That does it. Now I feel a lot easier about you fellas. Oh, you're welcome. I'll see you in the morning.
Well, Kent, back so soon? Helps the horses any.
Well, I made them a little more comfortable, I think.
You've done your good deed for the day, Boy Scout. There's that tree cracking again. Sounds like a big one just outside the tent. You think it's safe in here for the night, kid?
I shouldn't worry about it if I were you.
Worry? Hardly that. I never worry. But if that tree is going to crash down on us, I want to know about it.
I'm afraid I can't tell you that.
Well, I'm going to sleep. Good night, Kent, and pleasant dreams.
Same to you, Graham.
Do you think this storm will be over by Wait. Listen. Kent, that tree is falling. It's going to crash down on us.
Hold on to yourself.
Kent!
Cowering on his cot, the laugher's tiny eyes are wide with terror, even though gales of hysterical mirth pour from his thick lips. Unaware that Superman, in the guise of Kent, is beside him, he thinks the end has come as the ice-laden tree crashes through the fragile tent. Will Superman lift a hand to save his sworn enemy? Be sure and listen tomorrow and every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station. Tune in and follow the adventures of Superman.
Fellas and girls, don't forget the story of the Dutch boy. And what's more, don't forget the point of the story. Remember how important little things can be, even small amounts like a dime. Keep in mind, for instance, that 10 cents can buy 5 .45 caliber bullets for members of our armed forces to use against the Nazis and the Japs. That 5 dimes can buy enough fuel oil to carry an American destroyer a full mile in chase of enemy shipping. And that all the dimes you fellas and girls turn into war-saving stamps can go a long way toward helping America win this war. So every time you've got a dime, buy a war stamp. At least one every day if you can. And remember, as one member of the Air Force said, you keep on buying, and we'll keep 'em flying.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look! Up in the sky! It's a bird!
It's a plane!
It's Superman!
Follow the adventures of Superman every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station. Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. This is Mutual.
The Treasury Star Parade. Produced under the personal direction of William A. Bacher, with David Berkman and the Treasury Orchestra and Chorus, Vincent Price and Judith Evelyn, stars of the Broadway production Angel Street, in Violet Atkins' radio drama, The Life of Molly Pitcher, Soldier. This is Vincent Price, ladies and gentlemen, in another of the programs brought to you by the Treasury Department. This program we dedicate to the women of America. Far back in the history of young America, among those women whose names are forgotten, but whose brave blood runs in the veins of many men and women and children today, there is one name that still rings down the halls of America's history for the deed that illumined her whole life and that of her era. The name of Molly Pitcher. Molly Pitcher, born Molly Ludwig.
In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, I baptize thee, Molly Ludwig.
Molly grew up on her father's farm. Her parents had no sons. She had to be son and daughter both. She milked, plowed, sowed wheat, and reaped it, worked until her tall body was as strong as a man's. And combined with this great strength in her big womanly body was a hearty capacity for enjoyment and laughter. At the autumn corn huskings, it was always Molly who was admired and sought after.
Look at your Molly, Ludwig. Husked more corn than any girl in this town, I'll wager.
Not a girl nor a man in Monmouth can match her when it comes to work. And she's married, too.
Molly Ludwig found the red ear of corn. All the men lined up.
What shall I do?
Now, then, it is a modest daughter I have. Blushing. Ask your mother, Molly.
Oh, you know the rules of the corn husking, Molly. If he finds the red ear, the lucky man kisses each girl as well as he can.
And if she finds the red ear, the lucky maid kisses each man till her heart is displayed. Go on, Molly.
Go on, Molly. The men are all waiting.
Me first, Molly.
Fiddlers, pluck the string for each kiss.
And Molly kissed them all, until she came to the tall, shy stranger who blushed as rosily as Molly when she lifted her face to his.
You're a stranger. I don't kiss strangers.
I could remedy that soon with your permission, Mistress Molly. I'm John Hayes from Carlisle.
John Hayes, you take this woman for your wife?
I do.
Do you, Molly Ludwig, take this man for your husband?
I do.
Molly wanted nothing out of life but to make John happy and live in peace in the house in Carlisle to which he brought her. Not a fine house as we know it, but to Molly it was a palace. No paper or paint on the walls, no carpets on the floors, but the benches, the lintels, the bed and table were fashioned by John's faithful, devoted hands. The spinning wheel and the flax distaff, the yarn reel stood before the wide hearth with its shining copper kettles. Molly wove her own linens and blankets and homespun for the clothes she sewed for herself and John, made her own tallow candles by which she and John read in the long, quiet evenings when John's work at the barber shop was finished. And they knew that rich companionship given only to those who love each other as Molly and John did. Peace, quiet, contentment. Until the ominous decrees began sweeping across the seas from the mother country to the 13 colonies. John brooded over them.
Eat your dinner, John. Though this cake might be better if I had more sugar.
I'm not hungry. Read this proclamation, Molly.
And another? No newspaper can be printed or deed written except on paper stamped by government officers.
The Stamp Act.
As if it were not enough that we must pay a tax on sugar and molasses.
We'll not pay it, Molly, never fear. We came to America to be free of unjust laws. We'll have no taxation without representation.
There are 3 ships in Boston Harbor with tea, John.
That tea will be in the water tonight, Molly. No taxation without representation.
Meeting in town all tonight. Meeting in town all tonight.
Patrick Henry has come back from overseas.
George Washington has been made general.
It's war.
War.
It's war, Molly.
Bloodshed.
Men have always shed blood for liberty, Molly.
They made their choice, just as men and women are making that same choice today, unhesitatingly. Guns were polished and bullets cast. Women sacrificed precious pewter spoons and dishes to supply ammunition and sent their men to fight and die for freedom. The wheels of cannon began to roll over the fields of Lexington, Concord, Bunker Hill, Ticonderoga, and the Liberty Bell began to toll.
Hear ye, July 4th, 1776, Declaration of Independence signed, when in the course of...
I'm going, Molly. It's time.
I knew you must sometime, John. I'll be mighty proud to be a soldier's wife.
Molly steadied her voice so John couldn't hear the pain in her heart, and smiled so he couldn't see the terror behind her quiet voice.
I'll be standing by you, John.
And she did. Stood bravely while the news came of men freezing to death at Valley Forge.
Oh, John, my dearest, in that bitter cold.
Of Lafayette, Pulaski, Kosciuszko, come to America to fight with the colonists.
We're not alone, John. The brave French and Poles fight with us.
And then the Hessians were at Monmouth.
Monmouth, my father's farm. I can go there and be near John and see him sometime, if he still lives. Oh, God, let him live. I've no one else. Other women have children, but I have no one but John.
Molly prayed on her knees in the dim little church at Carlisle, where other women knelt with her on the worn altar steps, as women have always prayed through all the years and are doing now all over the world. Women on their knees praying for peace, rising as Molly rose, strong in her faith, her eyes fastened on the tender face of the Virgin. And then Molly went to Monmouth, to John.
Go back, Molly. It's dangerous.
I want to share this danger, John, just as I share the peace and quiet of our home.
Please, Molly, this is no place for you.
Other women are following the army, cooking and mending for their men.
God bless you, Molly. People always said I was a lucky man.
It's I who am lucky. I love you, John.
So Molly stayed, cooking great kettles of food for John and the soldiers. One day the great kettle proved too heavy for Molly to lift. She called a passing soldier, his face hidden in the collar of his greatcoat so she couldn't see it. He did not hear her at first, and she called again, a little impatiently.
Soldier, would you lift this kettle off the coals for me before the stew burns and my men starve?
I would have no soldiers starve, ma'am. There.
I do thank you, sir.
A pleasure, ma'am.
I should have asked him to stay and partake of it.
And when she called the boy...
Boy, run out to that soldier. Ask him to come back for a dish of stew.
The boy did her bidding, but soon returned in breathless haste.
Ma'am, he said never to mind. I was just to give you his compliments, ma'am. The compliments of General Washington.
A little embarrassing for Molly, wouldn't you say? Asking General Washington to help her lift a kettle of stew. But there came a day when she paid back that service 1,000-fold. On the bloody field of Monmouth. It was the hottest Sunday in June, fearful hot. The battle began at dawn and raged as the heat grew. Men fell at their guns. Heat shattered them as fast as bullets from Hessian guns. The men cried for water, water for parched throats, water for swabbing cannon that were perilously overheated from too constant firing. Molly watched with other women behind the lines, peering through the smoke, hearing the exhausted voices of soldiers.
Water, for God's sake!
Until she could stand their suffering no longer.
I'll take the water.
You'll be killed, Molly.
I run no more danger than they. My John is among them. It may be his voice calling.
Molly! Molly, come back!
Here you are. Oh, water, soldier.
Thank you, ma'am. Bless you. Water. Bless you, ma'am.
And some to swab my cannon, if there's enough.
There'll be more when these pitchers are empty.
What?
John! John!
No, Molly, go back. Go back for my sake.
I'm staying for your sake, John. Look, here, drink this.
Kept Molly down. It was close.
Drink the water, John.
Water.
I must go, John.
Be careful, Molly.
Keep your body crouched as you're...
I must walk upright with the pictures, else they'll still, John. No bullet has touched me yet. None will.
And miraculously, none did. Miraculously. Sometimes it seemed almost as if those men firing from the opposite side must have made a pact not to let their bullets touch that brave, tireless figure, running back and forth with those pitchers of water, empty, full, while men called in parched voices.
Here comes Molly with the pictures.
Molly and your picture.
Picture! Molly! Picture! Molly!
So her name was refashioned. Molly Pitcher. All over that terrible battlefield, those two precious words rang like prayers. Molly Pitcher. But it was John's voice crying out her name that dropped the pictures finally from her nerveless hands.
Molly! John. Oh, my dearest. Oh, no, John. No.
Here are the stretcher bearers, ma'am.
There's no man to fire John Hayes' cannon. General Knox orders it rolled off the field.
They'll not roll my husband's cannon off the field.
And who's to fire?
I'll fire the cannon.
Roll that cannon off the field!
I'll fire it. They wounded my John. I'll fire it.
Fancy like a man. Ma'am, General Knox.
Who disobeys my orders?
My God. A woman.
This is my husband's gun, General. I mean to keep firing it as long as I have powder.
Good fighting, soldier. Keep firing.
And Molly kept firing, hair disheveled, eyes blazing, hot face begrimed with gunpowder and smoke and dust. Barefooted as many a soldier, Molly fed that cannon until nightfall, when the Hessians retreated under cover of darkness, leaving the field to the colonists. Only then did Molly run back, wiping the tears from her powder-streaked face to see whether her husband still lived. And then the war was over, and Molly met General Washington again, not bending unrecognized over a kettle of food, but in the formal uniform of a general. Molly was radiant, blushing like a girl, her husband John beside her, as General Washington spoke.
For bravery in the field of battle, for heroism surpassing that of any soldier on the bloody field at Monmouth, for the splendid courage that kept you at your gun when you might have run back to safety with your wounded husband, I hereby, in the name of the Republic, make you, Molly Hayes, a sergeant in the Army of the Republic, with half pay on the officers' list for life.
Such is the story of Molly Pitcher. Her heroism is a bright beacon to the women of America. September 17th will be known throughout America as Molly Pitcher Day, a tribute to over 1 million American women who will assist the United States Treasury in the sale of war savings bonds and stamps. Visit your local Molly Pitcher war bond booth and invest your dimes and dollars in war bonds and stamps. We must sacrifice and save on everything. Do your share and invest at least 10% of your total income in war bonds and stamps regularly, every week, every payday. We must fight, work, and save for victory. This is your country. Keep it yours.
Music Hall with Bing Crosby, Mary Martin, Victor Borger, John Scott Trotter and his orchestra, the Music Maids, and Hal and the Charioteers. Bing's distinguished visitors for this evening include the increasingly popular young comedian Daly, soon to be seen in Paramount's Star-Spangled Rhythm, the well-known character comedian Richard Haydn, now being seen in Thunderbirds, Mrs. Helen Fletcher, field representative of the Junior Red Cross, and Colonel Leroy P. Hunt of the United States Marine Corps. And here's Bing Crosby.
From the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli, we have fought our country's battles on the land as on the sea. First to fight for right and freedom and to keep our honor clean. We are proud to claim the title of the United States Marine. Army or the Navy ever gazed on heaven's scene, they will find the streets are guarded by the United States Marine. Thus, friends, the hymn of the United States Marine Corps in celebration of the Corps' 167th anniversary, as the old Kraft Music Hall salutes the Marines and all our armed forces all over the world by shortwave. It was on November 10th, 1775, that the Continental Congress authorized the formation of a Corps of Marines to fight on the ships that Commodore Hopkins commanded under General Washington. Ashore and afloat, the amphibious Marines have been fighting under generals and admirals ever since. Most recently and most vigorously in the Solomon Islands. That's why we've asked Colonel Leroy P. Hunt, just back from the fighting front at Guadalcanal, to join us this evening in the old Kraft Music Hall. Colonel Hunt.
Thank you, on behalf of the Marine Corps.
Thank you, Colonel, on behalf of everybody else who is benefiting by the presence of the fighting Marines in the Solomon Islands.
Practically all of the original troop units that made the first landing with us on Guadalcanal are still there, Bing. So if this is a Marine Corps celebration, let's celebrate them. Or am I being too sentimental?
Colonel Hunt, I wonder if you could tell us something about how the men felt when they landed in the South Sea Islands.
I think some of them were a little disappointed in the South Sea Islands, Mary.
Why?
No Dorothy Lamour.
But plenty of Japs, huh?
We surprised a lot of them lying under the coconut tree.
I bet they got out of there fast.
No, they're still lying under the coconut tree.
About what percentage of the Marines on Guadalcanal are men who enlisted after December 7th?
I should say about 40%, Bing, but they're seasoned veterans now.
Pretty good fighters, huh?
Bing, young America isn't brought up to be a military man, but he's got it all over anybody who cared to put up against him when it comes to initiative. Once he's trained and has confidence in his weapons, there's nothing in the world that can stop him. Even if he loses his leaders, he will rise to the occasion and lead himself.
I guess that's probably responsible for the healthy batting average in the Pacific,
Being the battle of valor of our men, especially our aviators, has been superb. I would be inclined to believe their accomplishments similar to dime novel adventure stuff if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes.
How long were you on Guadal there, Colonel?
46 days, Bing. And of that time, we were bombed 38 days and shelled from the sea 21 nights.
Did you get any on you?
No, I managed to keep my coat button.
Are the Japs really as dirty fighters as we're told, Colonel?
Well, I don't know about the dirty part, but I will say that they are tough, rugged, and tricky. Perhaps they have been underestimated. They infiltrate penetrate behind the lines at night, as they did in Malaya, and attempt to create confusion by calling out various commands in English, such as, "Don't shoot, Captain, I'm bringing in my platoon."
What happened when he brought them in?
Their entrance was their exit, but more kept coming.
The funny thing, isn't it, how the Jap seems to be trained to fight and die?
That's why we'll eventually beat them, Bing. The Marines are trained to fight and live.
May they continue to live and help write the history of our country as gloriously as they have for the past 167 years. Thank you very much, Colonel Hunt, and good luck to you. And if you'd care to stick around, La Belle Martine sings as only she can. How come you do me like you do, Mademoiselle Marie.
How come you do me like you do? How come you do me like you do? Why do you try to make me feel so blue? I ain't done nothing to you. Do me right or else you let me be. 'Cause I can beat you doing what you're doing to me. How come you do me like you do? How come you do me like you do? Way soon this morning, I come rapping at your door. You kept me waiting like you never did before. That's a sure sign, baby, I'll never rap no more. How come you do me like you do? How come you do me like you do? Why do you make me feel so doggone blue? I ain't done nothing to you. If you rave, I'll have to get you cold, for I can change your temperature from hot to cold. How come you do me like you do? How come you do me? How come you do me like you do?
Thank you, Mary. A frequent and welcome visitor to the old Kraft Music Hall is Paramount's Miss Cass Daly. In our efforts to keep au courant on Miss Daly's spare time activities, we asked Cass to drop in tonight and dish some of the dirt. What you been doing, Cass?
Well, Bing, I decided I ain't refined enough, so I got a teacher learning me to be high class.
Well, if you can catch up with the hoi polloi, I may finance a scholarship for Hope. How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing swell. I already got an A for repulsiveness.
Well, how about deportment?
They can't deport me. I was born here. But just in case, I got 3 guys learning me languages.
Yeah?
On Tuesday, I got a French teacher. On Wednesday, I got an English teacher. And on Friday, I got a Spanish teacher.
That ought to teach you plenty.
Don't teach me a thing, but it gets me 3 days a week.
What a diabolical plan.
Yeah, from now on, I don't hobnob with the mob.
Oh, from now on, you compete with the elite, huh?
Great! You know what else, Bing?
Hit me.
This dame who's learning me the social graces has also helped me with my wardrobe.
Huh?
Yeah, I already bought me a hat with a veil on the back, you know.
You know, they're also wearing them over the face.
If there's anything I can do to help with your social ambitions, Cass, I'd be happy to have you call me a friend.
Oh, well, gee, thanks, Mary. Would you take me to the place where you buy your dresses?
Gladly. And I'll also take you to the place where I buy my hats.
Let's not carry this friendship too far.
help, and my butler's waiting for me to serve his dinner, so... Home at last. Be it only a humble palace, there's no place like home. But no place. Where's my butler? Hey, you bum, come in here!
Did you call me sleazy?
No, I didn't call you sleazy. And that's no way for a butler to talk, sleazy.
Well, you see, this is my first job as a butler. I used to be a gentleman's gentleman.
Oh, you never worked as a ladies' man?
Only on my days off.
Then I will instruct you. First, be sure that there's a bath mat for the outdoor bathtub.
What outdoor bathtub?
You know, the one where I bathe every morning.
I'm sorry, madam, that is not an outdoor bathtub. It's a barbecue pit.
Oh, no wonder I couldn't find the soap dish.
Very seldom use soap on the barbecue.
Tell me, did anybody phone me?
Oh, yes, the matchmaker of the Hollywood Legion Stadium called and wanted to know if you'd go 10 rounds with Barney, Canvasback Dean, tonight at 9 o'clock.
Can't make it.
Why not?
Because I'm wrestling Strangler McCurk at 8.
I'll lay 8 to 5, you out-scuffle him, too.
Answer that doorbell when it rings.
This way, let it ring. Still ringing.
Well, answer it.
Oh, I went last time. It's your turn.
Answer the doorbell, Weasel.
Oh, when you're so sweet, I just melt. Good evening, sir. Welcome to Indifferent Manor, the residence of Miss Cass Daly.
Will you all tell Miss Daly that Sir Jonathan Reginald Archibald Scotterson Trotter is here?
Yes, sir.
Hey, Cass! Toby's here! How are you, my dear? I bring greetings from my mater and pater.
Well, thanks. And how is your satyr and brater?
They're feeling much better. Good day, I'll see you later.
That boy is getting safer and safer. How do you do? How do you do? What do you want?
I'm Captain Carpenter of the Army. I want to see Miss Daly.
Hey, Cass, a guy in uniform wants you.
Now, what do the cops think I've done?
Am I addressing Miss Cass Daly?
Well, I ain't Betty Grable.
And how you ain't? Miss Daly, I have the honor to notify you that you've passed your physical examination and you are now a whack.
Now, he says.
Oh, thanks, Captain Carpenter. Gee, you must be a brave man.
Well, yes, I am known for my great courage and my ability to face anything.
Really? Well, how about the date tonight?
I'm a coward.
What are you laughing at? I'm not finished with you for the way you stood me up last night.
Stood you up?
Yeah, you heard me. Go on. 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock. 3 good hours wasted.
Should have been with me. We had a ball.
Such humiliation. There was I, goodness knows, there was I, waiting on the corner.
Which corner were you
How was I to know that you'd never show? Oh, where were you when you were supposed to be with me? Where were you last night? Where was I exactly where I said I'd be? Where were you just nowhere inside? Were you with your mother?
No, no.
Were you with your brother?
No, no.
Or were you with another? I looked around, up and down. I even checked out the lost and found. Sad but true, you done me wrong. Now do you think that's right?
I got some bad secrets.
Where were you last night?
Anywhere near, I'd have heard you.
Where
of the silvery moon. I want a spoon. To my honey I'll prove love's true honeymoon. Keep her shining in June. Your silvery beams will bring love's dreams. We'll be cuddling soon by the silvery moon. By the light of the silvery moon. I want a spoon. To my honey I'll cruise. Love's honeymoon. Keep her shining in June. Your silvery beams will bring love's dreams. We'll be cuddling soon by the silvery moon. Probably know our friend Victor Borge is the fellow who added such nuances to our language as phonetic punctuation in the upper language. I understand you've dug something new for us, Vic.
Yes, Bing, in a way.
In a way?
Yeah. You know, we have to be so careful in what we say nowadays. Spies may be listening, and columnists, you know, can tell them from each other. Mm-hmm. And that's why the government asks us to zip our lips. Of course, the Axis, they don't have to worry about that. Nobody in the world can understand what they say anyway, except themselves. As a matter of fact, they always say the same thing. Have you ever heard a conversation between Hitler and Mussolini?
No.
Here's Hitler.
Hitler. What does Mussolini say?
Mussolini? All right. Originally, the purpose of Zip Your Lip was to prevent girls from getting any information from our soldiers. But that's silly. Anytime I've seen a soldier with a girl, believe me, they weren't talking. You know, I have been zipping my lip, but no one understands what I'm saying. How can people understand what the pop? But here's how you can zip your lip and still make yourself understood without saying a word. I worked out a little language. Sure, yeah.
Hear that?
Oh, yeah, you will. You can use it any place, this language. For instance, you go to a bookstore. You want to buy a book. There could be a spy around. You don't want him to listen what you say and anything. Don't give out any information. So you just say, for instance, you want to buy the bestseller. Now it's Seversky's Victory Through Air Power.
Good book.
Instead of saying that, you just do so. But if you only do this, then you get the Reader's Digest version of it. For instance, you want to buy this very famous book called Idiot's Delight.
Idiot's Delight.
Idiot's Delight. Just do this.
They may send for man for it.
Sure. Yeah, or two. And then, of course, there's a book. I don't think you want it, but some people read it. This is Hitler's Mein Kampf.
Yeah.
If you want to buy that, you just say, oh, this is censored. But anyway. Or you go to a restaurant.
Yeah.
And if you want anyone to hear what you order, you just call the waiter and you say, what's that? Chicken surprise. Or you want a moo.
What's that?
It's
stewed beef. And on a Meatless Tuesday, you'd just order tuna.
What do you do if you want an extra cup of coffee?
Just bring a letter from the president. You know, the most important thing is the news. For instance, here's a way a news commentator can give zip-your-lip news without giving away any unnecessary information. Now he goes on the air and he just say, that's Wendell Willkie back from his trip around the world. Or he says, that's a German soldier in Russia. A little cold. And do you know what this is? That's the Democrat giving the election return. Or this. He says, this week, Henry J. Kaiser launched 4 more ships. 5 more. And here's the whole communique from Field Marshal Rommel in Africa.
What's he laughing for?
Oh, he's in a very ticklish position. And, Bing, do you know what this is?
No.
This is the end.
Very nice, Victor. And here in another mood of the Charioteers. In 5 weeks, these men have aroused so much enthusiastic interest among our listeners that, for the benefit of those who came in late, we think we ought to identify them again. Reading from left to right, the Charioteers are tenor
Alfred Williams.
Second tenor, Edward Jackson. Baritone, Ira Williams. Bass,
Howard Daniels.
James Sherman is at the piano. Here are the 5 of them, and Runnin' Wild.
I used to be. Wonder how I got that way. Once I was full of sentiment, 'tis true. But now I've got a cruel heart. With all that foolishness I'm through. Gonna play the villain.
Charioteers later. In the interim, more from my colleague.
The old saying that haste makes waste is being brought home to all of us these days. We're driving slower to save rubber. You homemakers are taking a minute to save the grease that accumulates when you're cooking for a large family. But you and I know that in some cases, haste is a saving. For instance, in the making and distributing of a product like... understand the Junior Red Cross is out to enroll more members.
Yes, well, we planned on going over the matter of the Junior Red Cross enrollment a little later, Carp.
Oh, that's fine. But tell me, does the Junior Red Cross teach first aid?
Yes, among many other things.
Oh, that's swell. You know what I think first aid really is?
What really is first aid?
Well, it's just a brief pause for abrasion identification.
Drop the net. Carpenter, have you any idea what the word abrasion means? No coaching, please.
Oh, I certainly have. An abrasion is a cut.
Good. Let's make a slight abrasion in this discussion and get on with Kraft music hall matters involving Richard Hayden, Cass Daly. This is Helen Fletcher, field representative of the Junior Red Cross, the Charioteers, John Scott Trotter and Group, the Music Maids and Hal, and Mary Martin with an unidentified Yardbird. We just won't be able to use my car anymore.
But don't worry, honey, on Sunday that's sunny, and we'll go out and be fun.
On a bike built for two, I'll go riding with you. We'll go rolling along.
It's the grandest machine, doesn't need gasoline, just go rolling along.
Our hearts will go riding in rhythm, the breeze singing love's sweetest song. Over valley and hill, there is no greater thrill than rolling along.
Some baby knew she was a baby to spend the day on a hike, and he become lazy and thought hiking crazy when two could ride on a bike.
Let's be patriotic, honey. On a day that's sunny, we'll be saving gas and we'll be saving money. Rolling along.
We need rubber for the nation in the situation. If we want some recreation, we can go rolling along.
I'll be seeing lots of you while we're riding together. As a healthy builder after we can't go wrong. So get on, if I can paddle and we'll come on the nation, telling everyone to go rolling along. Thank you, Mary and Maids. It was just 6 weeks ago this evening that Professor Richard Hayden dropped into the old Kraft Music Hall to tell us about Hayden's high-class hotel in Hitchhiker's Haven. Now the professor tells us he's hocked the old haven and bought himself a dude ranch.
How do you do? Empty saddle in the old corral.
Oh, just a minute. What do you call the ranch, Professor?
I call it Hop-About Hayden's Hospitable Hacienda.
Sounds incredible.
It's not only incredible, it's delectable. It's lovely, and the mountains. You've never seen such scenery.
What mountains are they, Hop?
The high the low Sierras.
Well, let's get going. Hop about.
Hey, Hop-About, the rustlers stole 50 head of cattle last night. That's bad, Hop-About. Stealing 50 head?
Not too bad. We still have the part that gives the milk.
A stranger coming up the trail, Hoppy, looks like a tough hombre.
Show him in. I'm an old cow, and from the Rio Grande, I'm an old cow. Hello?
Hi, partner. I'm rootin' tootin' two-gun shooting Crosby of the Flying Shirt Tail Ranch. Who owns this here dude ranch?
I do it. Pull up a cactus and sit down.
Oh, thanks. I just came here to talk for Joe.
Don't mention Joe's name.
Oh, why not?
Oh, Joe never seems to send me but
that's Jim.
I am not here to quibble.
Something tells me, partner, that you ain't no Westerner. I'll bet you don't even know nothing about horses.
Look who's talking about horses.
Well, if you're such a good horseman, gentlemen, let's see you ride around the corral and pick up a handkerchief with your teeth.
I shall be glad to give a practical demonstration. Come here, Sea Crumpet. I will now ride around the corral and pick up the hanky with my teeth. Hi-ho, Sea Crumpet.
Not bad, partner, not bad at all. You know any other tricks?
Yes. I shall now go back and pick up my teeth.
Well, I can see there's nothing here, partner. I'm hitting the road.
Hey, Hoppy, here's a mighty pretty gal asking for you.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm already spoken for.
I was just looking over the accommodations on your ranch, and everything looks just lovely. But what do you all do around here for excitement, honey?
We'll play pin the tail on the donkey.
Well, that doesn't sound like so much fun.
It is the way we play it. We use a live donkey.
Oh, you poor man. It must hurt you terribly.
Yes, it does.
Hey, boss, there's another female heading this way. This one looks like a tough character.
Hello, Hoppabout. It's me, Chaz.
Everybody leaves. She's liable to start a stampede. Hiya, honey.
See, Hoppabout. Ain't you glad to see me, huh?
Yes. Oh, my little tumbleweed. I go for you, my prairie gopher. I love you with all my heart. Sometimes when I'm at home, I sing, I see your face before me. Ow!
What's the matter?
It scares me.
Gee, you and me was made for each other, Hoppy. So.
Name the day, my dear. Till now I have been as lonesome as a rain barrel on the back stoop of life. You are very attractive. You are as white as driven snow. You are as soft as cotton.
Me?
No, I'm dreaming of a white Christmas. Just like mine.
Gee, Hoppy, you're a great lover.
Yes. When I look into your eyes, electric shocks run through my sacroiliac.
That ain't no electric shock. You're sitting on a stove. Tell me, honey, why do you always sit on a stove?
When we are married, that's where we will spend the rest of our lives.
On a stove?
Yes. Home, home on the range. Wherever we rove, we'll come back to the stove. And again, little home on the... You take it.
Leaving Richard Hyden's hospitable hacienda, we get along on up the trail toward the charioteers, pausing to listen as they sing one of their most popular recorded treatments of So Long.
All love has seen you twist away. You're going your way. I'm left behind. And though I hope you'll be contented, you're lamented and on my mind. So we'll meet again someday. That maybe then you'll say, darling, I was wrong. See, I hate to see you go. You're really the world to me, you know. Even though we're far apart, I will keep you
1926, Germany applies for membership in the League of Nations as Mussolini tries to organize anti-German blocs in Italy and the Balkans. 1926, Prohibition gives us and nearly 2,000 people die of poison liquor. 1926, Calvin Coolidge is president of these United States, and the Black Bottom, the Charleston, and the Shimmy are the dances of the day. 1926, and serious-minded men sensing a change in the times are saying, boy, oh boy, oh boy, I wonder what it would be like to go out with Gilda Gray.
Harry, that's a fine thing to say. Do you think I'd let you go out with that shimmy dancer?
No, well, if I did take her out, she'd probably shake me.
Harry. You know, I saw newsreel pictures of Gertrude Ederle getting ready to go into the water.
Boy, where those newsreel cameramen don't get to go, huh?
Oh, Harry, please. Now, what was I going to say? Oh, yes. What's that stuff they smeared all over her before she started to swim?
Well, that stuff they smeared on her is what made it possible for her to find a new route from England to France.
New route?
Yeah, sure. She's the only person who ever went from Dover to Calais who was able to spend 14 hours in Greece. At last, my love has come along. My lonely days are over, and life is like a song. At last, the skies above are blue. My heart was wrapped in that night I looked at you. I found a dream that I can speak to, a dream that I can call my own. I found a thrill to press my cheek to, a thrill I've never known. You smiled. And here we are in heaven, for you are mine at That's probably one of the nicest songs. Just hold the phone a minute. Hey, there's a character wandering up out of the audience here and preparing to join us on the stage. Just a minute. Say, Bud, I'm sorry, but you can't come up here like this.
Go right ahead. Don't mind. I just want to sit up here on the platform.
The seats in the audience are more comfortable. They can't get at you.
I can't see you very good from down there.
I can't see you very good from up here, but I'm not kicking.
Well, you're more the placid type.
Placid type. Well, just for the records, friend, do you mind telling me who you are?
Did I ask you who you are?
That's a point. There's got a point.
Well, I not only know you, but I like you. That's why I'm here, because I like you.
Well, if you like me, you'll go back and sit down.
Well, I don't like you that much, no.
I see. It's just platonic, huh? Well, you can't stay here. These chairs up here for the actors, for the guests.
Just for the actors, huh?
Yeah. Where do you sit? Listen, Typey, I hate to seem to be pressing this point, but who are you?
My name's Yuki.
Yuki? Well, that's an odd name.
That's an odd crack from a guy whose name is Bing.
Well, Bing is just my nickname.
So is Yuki. They call me Yuki because when I was a kid, I played the ukulele.
Oh, I see. You know, when I was a sprout, I used to fool around with the clarinet.
All right, Clara.
Well, I feel better having this stimulating little talk with you, this little chat. Now, will you retire to your seat out in the auditorium? We've got to...
Well, why? I bought a ticket. I can sit any place.
You bought a ticket to come in here?
Oh, give me that straight face. You know your brother Everett is out there selling them.
Well, I'm glad you dropped in. You just have a chair. Just sit anywhere. Make yourself comfy. And as Mary Martin is going to sing, I see your face before me.
I see your face before me. are my only thing. It doesn't matter where you are, I can see how sweet you are. I close my eyes and there you are, always. If you could share the magic, if you could see me too, there would be nothing tragic in all my dreams of you. Would that my love could haunt you so, knowing I want you so. I can't erase your wonderful face before me. It doesn't matter where you are, I can see how sweet you are. I close my eyes and there you are. If you could share the magic, if you could see me too, there would be nothing tragic in all my dreams of you. Would that my love could haunt you so, knowing I want you so. I see your face, your wonderful face
Very lovely, Mary. enterprising lyric writer Harold Adamson has taken the Mardi Gras movement from Ferdy Groffet's Mississippi Suite and fashioned some rather nice words to this strain. It's called Daybreak. on the meadow is drifting away, for it's daybreak. The sun's in the sky now, and flowers break through their blanket of dew. Sunrise, how lovely it seems to see from my window a sky full of dreams, as the white clouds sail on to the blue. At daybreak, I daydream of you. Well, that's it for now, friends. Starting next Thursday, Mary Martin's taking a little holiday. Ginny Sims, however, will be here, as well as Edgar Buchanan, Edward Brophy, and other personalities and types too numerous to mention. That's next Thursday, but between now and then, remember, boys and girls, the Junior Red Cross can be your first important step in helping to win the war.
Presenting Hop Harrigan, America's ace of the airways. CX-4 calling control tower. CX-4 calling control tower. Standing by.
Control tower back to CX-4. Wind southeast, ceiling 1200. All clear.
Okay, this is Hop Harrigan coming in. Fellas and girls, as you listen to the roar of Hop Harrigan's plane as he brings it in, doesn't it make you think of Uncle Sam's fighters and bombers that are right this minute making the Nazis and Japs wish they had never started this war? I'll bet it does. And I'll bet many of you think of the day when you will be flying an Army or Navy plane, or when this war is over, piloting a big commercial transport. Yes, sir, you fellows and girls who are planning careers in aviation are on the right track, because the rapidly expanding aviation industry will have room for plenty of well-trained men and women, young men and women. You fellows who are planning to become Army or Navy aviation cadets as soon as you reach the required age, and you boys and girls who are looking ahead to careers in commercial aviation when this war is won, you should and you can begin your training right now while you're still in school. You know, it takes the Army and Navy Air Forces many months to make a flyer out of a cadet, because it requires hard work and lots of study before a cadet is even permitted to get into a plane. That's why the Air Forces so heartily endorsed the program of pre-flight aviation now being established in high schools all over the country. This program, sponsored by the United States Office of Education, makes it possible for you to begin preparing right now for the day when you will start your training as a military or commercial flyer. The program includes courses in aerodynamics, theory of flight, navigation, communications, engine design, in fact, all the fundamentals that are necessary for good airmen. Remember that by taking these courses as part of your high school curriculum during regular school hours, you will save many valuable hours of training later on. So find out now if these pre-flight aviation courses are available in your high school and sign up for them at once. If they are not yet available, talk with your high school principal about them and ask him to include them in the curriculum for the next semester. For any additional information regarding high school pre-flight training, write to the U.S. Office of Education in Washington, D.C. America needs flyers. And now to our story. Forced down over the icy wastes near Murmansk, Russia, Hop Harrigan and Tank Tinker were rescued by a band of Soviet guerrilla fighters, led by a young woman commander, Captain Kirov. Miles behind the German front lines, this courageous, poorly equipped little army was faced with the prospect of attacking a German panzer division, armed with what the Russians described as mystery tanks, noiseless, lumbering monsters that nothing could stop. Joining forces with their Russian allies, Hop and Tank took part in the battle, and there Hop made the important discovery that turned the Russian retreat into a charge. For he learned that the Nazis, desperately short on materiel, had used the white snow peaks as a movie screen and were projecting pictures of tanks to frighten off the Russian attackers. In the charge that followed, Captain Kirov was wounded and asked Hoff to assume command. Driving irresistibly forward in motor-driven sleds, the brave little guerrilla band threw the Nazis into retreat. But then, when victory seemed certain, the sky became black with Heinkel bombers, hundreds of them, diving down on the Russian patriots.
They're beginning to bomb. It's murder, Hop. We've got to save those troop tanks.
My people, they will be slaughtered.
Now, take it easy, Captain Kirov. Say, look, I've got an idea. Yeah, Hop, what? We ain't got no Acker guns. We ain't got no planes. So what's the idea? We've got to order our troops to get as close to the Nazis as they can. Almost join forces. And that's a brainstorm you got while them Heinkels is ripping the Russians to shreds.
You are right, Comrade Harrigan. It is our only chance.
What? Are you crazy, too? No, she's not crazy, Tank. If we get close enough to the Nazis, their planes won't be able to bomb us without killing their own men. And they won't do that. I don't know. It don't make sense to me. Here, come on, Tank. Those planes are circling lower. Start up the motor. We've got to tell the men. You've been fastening around in this sled. Charge! Charge!
In Russian, it is Pirog.
Pirog. Pirog! Pirog! Listen, Pop. We can get to that there hill on the left. I think maybe our guys will be able to see us. That's a swell idea, Tank. Let's go. Pirog! Pirog!
How is it going, Comrade Harrigan?
Oh, swell. It's almost bayonet against bayonet now. The Heinkels are still bombing. Oh, no, they ain't. Look at Hop. They can't drop no more eggs. They're all mixed up. They don't know who's German and who's Russian. Captain Kirov, how far is the nearest Nazi base for Heinkel bombers?
Below Talam, 350 miles from here.
Good. That means they'll have to beat it back, and in a hurry, too.
How can you tell?
Those planes are Heinkel 111. Yeah, they got a service range with bombs of 750 miles. Now, if they got to travel 350 to get here and 350 more to get back, then all the cruising they can do is put guns.
You're right. There they go.
Yep. They must be sore as blazes. Coming all this way and then finding nothing to bomb.
My men, they fight like tigers. Bayonet against bayonet.
Yeah, they're doing a wonderful job, too. Look, they completely cut off the Nazi trucks. They can't retreat now. They want it. Hey, Hop, look. The Germans are holding up their hands.
They surrender?
Yeah. There goes a white flag. They've quit cold. Come on, let's take us a couple of Nazi prisoners. Boy, wait till I tell the guys back at Hanley Field about this. Here, start the sled, Tank. Come on. Let's go. Gosh, Hop. Look at all them Germans lined up waiting to surrender. Hey, that guy there, Hop, the one with the broken eyeglasses, he looks like the big shot. Broken eyeglasses? That's a monocle, Tank. Oh. Here he comes now. Here is your commander, peasant. Captain Kirov is right here. On behalf of my men and myself, I demand treatment worthy of a German soldier.
That is a strange request.
Is it? A girl? Are you commander of these Russians?
Yes, I am.
I refuse to surrender to a woman.
I might point out that the choice is not yours at the moment.
Cattle. Russian cattle. Careful, Nazi. One word from Captain Kirov, and these Russian cattle will tear you apart with pleasure. I will not surrender to a woman. That is final.
Then you will have to accept the consequences of continued battle. Comrades!
Wait! Let us not get excited. What are the terms of surrender? Unconditional. Who is this boy? Why does he talk so much? Oh, boy, you glass-eyed goat. Easy, Tank. Remember, we're gentlemen. We are? Well, sometimes I wish we weren't.
Fine. This brave young man whom you call a swine was responsible for your defeat. You had better pay him the respect he deserves. Before this war is over, you will meet many like him, and it will not be pleasant for you.
Yeah, put that in your pipe and smoke it, pickle puss. All right, Tank, that's enough.
The terms of surrender are, as Comrade Harrigan stated, unconditional. You will turn over all arms and ammunition, and order your men to form in double files. We will march them to Murmansk. This time, it will be the Russians who will ride. The Russians and the Americans. Ilyich, order the tracks to warm up. Peter, see that the prisoners are assembled. That is all.
Congratulations, Captain Kirov. You've done a good night's work. Boy, and how? Over 1,000 prisoners and a complete munition supply dump. That's quite a haul.
I have you to thank for it. And now I must ask of you one more favor.
Just you name it.
I do not feel too well. I must rest here until I have gained some strength. Then I will come to Murmansk.
Are you sure that's the best thing to do?
I am sure. But the favor I wish to ask is that you lead the march of our prisoners into the city for me.
Well, we'd be glad to, Captain,
I
but...
know what you're going to say. You are going to tell me that the glory belongs to me. When you have fought as long in his heart as we have fought here in Russia, you do not fight for glory. You fight for life.
Oh, yes?
2 Americans to see you, Mr. Lockridge. Hop Harrigan and Tank Tinker.
Oh, yes. Send them in.
Mr. Lockridge?
Come in, gentlemen.
Thank you. Come on, Tank. Yes. My name is Harrigan, Mr. Lockridge.
I'm glad to know you, sir. You're Mr. Tinker, I presume?
Just plain Tank will do, sir.
Sit down, won't you? I've been trying to locate you ever since you brought those Nazi prisoners in. The Russians have been showing you off, I presume?
Yes, it's been rather hectic. Boy, I've been kissed more in the last 2 hours than I ever been kissed before.
It's an old Russian custom, Tinker. You've become used to it. Now let's get down to business. As British consul here in Murmansk, it becomes my rather unpleasant duty to inform you that you're no longer wanted in Russia.
I beg your pardon, sir? What was that?
I have before me a signed order which concerns both of you gentlemen.
Oh, what's that bill, sir?
Near raid alarm. Follow me down to the shelter.
Shelter? Well, we're pilots, sir. If there's a raid, we got to go out in the field and help.
Oh, don't be silly, Harrigan. The Russian Air Force can take care of itself.
Sure it can, but maybe we can give them a hand.
Maybe just a false alarm.
Why, does that sound like a false alarm, sir? How can we get to the airfield, Mr. Lockridge?
This is deucedly irregular, Harrigan, but, well, come on, hurry. Follow me. My car's parked at the curb. Here are the keys. Keep going in the direction the car's headed. You can't miss the field. It's about 2 miles from here. For heaven's sake, do be careful.
Don't worry, we will, sir. Come on, Tank. There's the car. Come on, get in. Hey, there they are, right above us. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Nazi bombers, all long-range jobs. Hold on, Tank. It's going to be a wild ride. 3 miles, he said, didn't he? Yep. No, 2, straight ahead. Hey, that one was close. How come there's no Russian planes up? Give him a chance. So keep your eye on the cross street, Tank. I don't want to smack an ambulance or a fire truck. Okay. There goes the yak-yak. Boy, it's sure reaching up. Yeah, I can't wait to get my hand on a stick. Right on a machine gun trigger. Oh, boy. Hey, Hop, what's the matter? A bomb heading right for us. Jam on your brakes! Tank. You all right? Tank, it's me. Hop. But Tank, you're dead, aren't you? Hey, Tank. Tank, talk to me. Say something. Oh. Tank. Tank.
Kneeling in the twisted, shattered remains of what was once a car, Hop pleads with the semi-conscious figure of his buddy. Pleads with Tank to say something, if only a word. But for once, the big, good-natured mechanic has nothing to say. Is Tank seriously injured? What can Hop do in this emergency? Don't miss Monday's episode, same time, same station. Tune in and fly with Hop Harrigan, America's ace of the airways. Fellas and girls, start now to prepare for a career in aviation, either as an Army or Navy flyer, or in commercial aviation. Remember that the Air Forces need young flyers to help win this war, and that by taking the pre-flight aviation courses now available in high schools, you can save many valuable hours of training when you become old enough to join. This pre-flight training in high school will be valuable, too, even if you never get to fly one of Uncle Sam's swift pursuit ships or bombers, because it will fit you for finding a place in the rapidly expanding field of commercial aviation. Don't waste any time. Find out when you go to school Monday morning if aviation courses are available. If they have not yet been established in your school, talk with your principal about them and ask him to arrange to include them in the curriculum for next semester. Now, for any information pertaining to pre-flight education in high school, write to the United States Office of Education in Washington, D.C. Remember, America needs flyers.
CX-4 to control tower. CX-4 to control tower. Standing by.
Control tower to CX-4. All clear.
Okay, this is Hop Harrigan taking off. See you next week. Same time, same station.
Hop Harrigan is a copyrighted feature appearing in All American Comics magazine. Hop Harrigan has come to you from New York. This is the Blue Network.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look! Up in the sky! It's a bird!
It's a plane!
It's Superman!
Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from another world who came to Earth with powers and abilities far beyond those of mortal men. Superman, who can change the course of mighty rivers, bend steel in his bare hands, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, fights a never-ending battle for truth, justice, and the American way. But before we join Superman, here is an important message.
Fellows and girls, every day the city, state, and national offices of civilian defense organizations are swamped with letters from young people like yourselves. And most of these letters ask, what can I do, what part can I take in the national war effort? The writers of these letters are all too young to join the United States Armed Forces or any of the numerous home defense groups. And yet they ask, isn't there something we can do? Some of you listening now are no doubt among those who have written these letters. And I'll bet many of you who have not written have thought the same thing. Well, the answer is a very simple one, and here it is. You can do your part in civilian defense. You can help to win this war by buying war-saving stamps regularly. How does that help, you ask? How can my dime, or 20, or 40, or 50 cents help to win this war? That's easy, too. For instance, your dime, just 10 cents, will buy 5 .45 caliber bullets that can be used by our soldiers, sailors, or Marines to knock 5 Japs or 5 Nazis out of commission. And believe me, it's going to take an awful lot of those bullets to knock them all out and win the war. Another thing, 50 cents, which represents 5 10-cent or 2 25-cent war-saving stamps, will buy enough fuel oil to bring one of our destroyers a full mile closer to the Jap fleet in the Solomon Islands. And you know what happens when our Navy gets close enough to turn on the heat. And here's one more thing for you to think over. If every fellow and girl in the United States bought at least 5 10-cent war-saving stamps every day, the amount of money they'd lend to the government would buy enough fighter planes and bombers to blast Hitler's Luftwaffe right out of the air. So remember that each and every dime is important, that buying war-saving stamps is a very important way to help win this war. So keep in mind this slogan. Repeat it often to your family and friends. Every time you've got a dime, buy a war-saving stamp.
And now, the adventures of Superman. Superman, in the guise of Clark Kent, Perry White, editor of the Daily Planet, Lois Lane, and young Jimmy Olsen are now in the Canadian North Woods on their way to the hunting lodge of Sebastian Beauvais, an old friend of Perry White's, who is in trouble and needs them. Also making the trip is a man who calls himself Niles Graham, but whose true identity, that of the Laugher, is known to Clark Kent. Graham, or the Laugher, although he has met Superman, is not aware that Kent and the Man of Steel are one and the same person, even though he suspects he has seen Kent somewhere before. As our last episode ended, our friends were encamped in the thick of the Canadian wilderness, while a tremendous hailstorm raged through the woods. Quartered in the same tent, Kent and the Laugher were just falling to sleep, when suddenly a tremendous tree, broken by the force of the storm, snapped and started to crash down on the flimsy canvas shelter. Piercing the canvas of the tent with his X-ray vision, Superman sees the huge tree crashing straight down on him and the Laugher. Suddenly he throws himself across the fat man's body and, bracing himself, receives the full weight of the falling tree across his back. There. Half smothered, and not knowing that the body of Superman is forming a bridge over his own, the laugher cries out,
Kent, what's happened? I can't see. The tank's caved in us. Kent!
There's only one thing to do.
What? That sounded like... No, it's impossible. Superman couldn't be up here.
Oh, couldn't I, my fat friend? Well, I am. I've just had to put Clark Kent to sleep temporarily, and I'm afraid I'll have to do the same with you.
Why? What's the reason for anything?
There. That's that. Now to get this tree off us. Heave ho! There we are. Better put this tent back up, too. Fortunately, there isn't much damage. So, I'll just set this oil lamp right again. Our fat friend is coming, too. He'll probably ask 100 questions about Superman. Well, I know all the answers, and he's welcome to them, every one.
And you say, Mr. White, that you have never seen this creature known as Superman?
No, I've been close to him, Mr. Graham, but I've never actually seen him. I believe Jimmy Olsen and Lois have, though. How about it, Jimmy?
Oh, sure, lots of times. Golly, if it weren't for Superman, I wouldn't be here now. He saved my life and Lois's and Mr. Kent's hundreds of times. Isn't that so, Mr. Kent?
Certainly is, Jim.
An unbroken record, eh? Do you suppose you'll ever slip up so far as saving people is concerned?
I hope not.
What you say, Mr. Graham, he must have saved your life when that tree crashed. Though it's certainly beyond me what Superman is doing up here in the Canadian North Woods.
Well, Superman always seems to be wherever Mr. Kent and Miss Lane and I happen to be. I've never been able to figure out why. Have you, Miss Lane?
Now, don't disturb Lois, Jim. She's riding up ahead there with her eyes glued to the scenery. Tonight, around a fire at the hunting lodge, she'll start telling us about all the beauties of nature.
And speaking of the hunting lodge, Guide, how long before we reach the hunting lodge?
Soon. Not far, monsieur. He's been saying that all morning. Strange, but I can't seem to get this Superman out of my mind.
Does he worry you, Mr. Graham?
Why should he, Mr. Kent?
I'm sure I don't know. I just noticed that every time you mention Superman, you get a sort of baffled look in your eyes.
You misread the signs, Mr. Kent. What you see is not bafflement, but interest.
Oh, I see.
By the way, Superman must have hit you very lightly last night. I've got a badly swollen jaw, yet yours is perfectly normal. Can you account for that?
If I felt there was any reason why I should make an accounting to you, Mr. Graham, I might. As it is, I'm not interested.
Hey, you two, stop quarreling. You haven't said a civil word to each other all morning.
Mr. Kent and I seem always to have differences of opinion. Nothing serious, however. I'm sure Mr. Kent and I will get to know each other better.
Yes, I'm sure we will. Say, look off there through the trees. Isn't that a house?
Uh-huh. I see it, too. Is that Sebastian Beauvais' hunting lodge, Mr. White?
It certainly is, Jimmy. We've arrived at last. And there's old Sebastian himself. Get up there, horse. Get up. Hey, Sebastian! Sebastian, you old coat, we're here. We've arrived at last. Get up there, horse. Get going. Get going.
There. I put more log on fire. It's cold night. Now men sit and make big talk.
Well, the first thing I'd like to know
Will
is...
you be quiet? Sebastian said we men would sit and talk. That automatically leaves you out.
Oh, no, Perry. Young Jimmy is a man, too. Little man, but still a man.
Well, I'm really only a kid, I guess, but gosh, I like to be in on things, too.
Maybe. You shall be. Yeah. The firecracker good.
And now, Sebastian, why have you brought us all the way up here into this wilderness?
Well...
We've been here 3 hours now, and every time we mention the reason why you sent that letter, you put us off. You really owe it to us to give us some sort of explanation.
I've been worried, Sebastian. I knew you wouldn't have enclosed in your letter that ring I gave you years ago unless you found yourself in some sort of trouble you couldn't handle. Now, come on, what is it? Why did you send for me? Well?
The truth is, I do not know.
What? You don't know the...
Over here, we travel nearly 1,000 miles by plane and horseback up here into the Hudson Bay region, and when finally you do decide to answer our questions, all you do is to take that stump pipe out of your mouth and say you don't know why you sent for us.
That is the truth, Perry. I don't know. Or I should say I know, but I cannot tell you.
Well, why not?
You would not believe me.
Well, of course we'll believe you. You certainly wouldn't have had Mr. White make this trip without good cause.
No, but it is not my cause. It is not his. It is the reason of a superstitious woodman like myself, not a city man like Perry White, and... Well, no, I do not know.
Well, I do know. You'll either tell us why you got us up here, that or this fine friendship of ours ends right here and now.
No, Perry.
Don't parry me. I demand to know what trouble you're in, Sebastian.
Hello. Then I will tell you. Listen. The Wendigo.
The what?
The Wendigo. The werewolf. Now I tell you, for a few minutes when the Wendigo howls 3 times, then you will see for yourself.
Say what?
The Headless Indian.
The Headless Indian?
Yeah, the Headless Indian.
Now, Sebastian, don't tell me you've fallen for that old legend.
What legend is that, Mr. White?
Well, there's a legend in these parts that those who are about to die see a headless Indian riding through the night.
Oh, how can he be seen in the night?
He glows like he's on fire.
You say you've seen this apparition?
Well, I see it twice. And now tonight I will see it, I think, 3 times.
Well, if you've seen it twice and are still alive, that ought to be proof enough that there's nothing to worry about.
You forget the legend, Perry. One dies when one has seen the Indian for the 3rd time. Listen. The Wendigo howl again. When it howls for the 3rd time, the Headless Indian will appear on the ridge. And tomorrow or soon after, I, Sebastian Beauvais, will be dead.
No, don't talk like that, Sebastian. Now that we're here, we'll see that no harm comes to you. But we'll see that plenty of harm comes to that Headless Indian and the Wendigo.
It would do no good to kill the Wendigo, or the Indian would still appear. Besides, you would need a silver bullet to kill the werewolf.
Oh, I'll kill it with my bare hands if I can get hold of it.
Listen. The wind is beginning to blow. It is sure sign. Soon the wolf will howl again. Then for the 3rd time, the Headless Indian will be seen on earth.
You can hear him, too?
Oui, Jimmy, oui. You will hear. It is a sound I cannot describe.
This is fantastic. The legend of the Headless Indian come to life. The Wendigo crying in the wilderness. Oh, it's ridiculous.
You will see, mon ami, and you will live.
Even if I do see it and hear it, I won't believe it.
But I believe that I will die.
Now, wait a minute, let me get this straight. You die if you see the Headless Indian 3 times.
Oui.
And you've already seen him twice?
Oui.
Well, then, just don't go near that window when the Headless Indian rides across the ridge.
I cannot help myself. When I hear the cry of the Indian, I'm forced to go to the window. I cannot stop myself.
Oh, then we'll do the stop.
The Wendigo howl for the 3rd time. In less than a minute, we will hear the Headless Indian as he gallops with the wind across... Wait. Listen. You hear it? That is the cry. I must go to the window. I must watch.
Chief, grab him. You're staying here, Sebastian.
No. Let me go. You cannot save me. I must go to the window. Let me go, Perry.
Great jumping Jiminy, Mr. Kent. Look out the window.
Yes, I see. A flaming Headless Indian riding across the ridge.
Standing at the window, Jimmy and Kent are transfixed as they witness the wild ride of the strange apparition across the wind-swept ridge. The Headless Indian bathed in an eerie light. How much truth is there in the legend of the Wendigo, the werewolf, and the Headless Indian? Is it a legend, or is death due to strike Sebastian Beauvais? Don't miss a single word of Monday's thrill-packed episode, and listen to this exciting story every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station. Tune in and follow the adventures of Superman.
Well, there goes Superman until Monday. Meanwhile, don't let the weekend go by without buying your share of war-saving stamps. And remember what I told you at the beginning of this program, you fellows and girls who are too young to join the armed forces or any of the national defense organizations. You can do your part, you can help win this war by buying war-saving stamps regularly. So let's make a pledge right now to buy war-saving stamps regularly. Talk it over tonight with Mother and Dad. Ask them to give you a dime every day, or even every other day for war-saving stamps. And then buy some extra ones out of your regular weekly allowance. Get your friends to buy stamps, too. Or better yet, why not organize a war-saving stamp club right on your block or in your neighborhood? Make this your club slogan. Every time you've got a dime, buy a war-saving stamp.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look! Up in the sky! It's a bird!
It's a plane!
It's Superman!
Follow the adventures of Superman every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station. Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine.
This is Mutual.
Oh, Silver! Ahoy!
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. The stories of his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness have come down to us through the generations, and nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! There's danger on the trail ahead! Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
Outside the home of the driver of the Overland Express stage in Prairie City, two boys stood admiring the faded yellow coach and the team of 4 horses which were waiting to make the regular run to Dobie. One of the youths, Danny Kern, was the stage driver's son. The other was his friend.
Someday I'm going to be a stage driver, just like my dad.
It takes muscle to drive a 4-in-hand.
Well, you bet, and I got it.
Huh?
Oh, look at this if you don't believe me.
That ain't so much.
It's better than you can do.
Well, I'll bet you can't drive a stage now.
Oh, I bet you I can. I already done it.
When?
Well, lots of times. Whenever Dad takes me on one of his trips.
You're just fooling.
I am not. If Dad wasn't going to drive that stage soon, I'd show you.
Go on. I dare you to drive it.
I tell you, Dad's taking it out on his run.
Yeah, it's easy to talk.
Will you go with me if I do?
You mean you'll drive it?
If you go with me.
Well,
You afraid?
Of course not.
Well, come on then.
All right, come on.
Quickly, the two boys scurried to the driver's seat of the stage, and Danny scooped up the reins. With an air of authority, he spoke to the horses, then released the brake.
Get up there. Get up, horse.
We're moving. Of course we are. I told you I could drive. Where'll we go? Out on the trail. Then I'll show you some real driving.
You sure you know how?
Oh, Frady, can't look at him turning green.
I am not.
Now, hang on, then. Here we go. Get up there.
Through the main street of town lumbered the stage, while townfolk gaped at the two boys who sat on the driver's seat. Heedless of the warnings that were shouted after them, Danny headed the four-in-hand for the Dobie Trail.
Boy, look at them horses. What?
Say, this is fun.
I bet I could drive it clear to Dobie.
You ain't going to, though, are you?
Well, not this time. Dad had skinned me alive.
Well, how far are you going?
Well, just for a spell down the road.
You sure can handle them horses, Dan.
Hey, you want to try your hand?
Do you think I could?
Oh, sure, as long as I'm here to help you.
Well, maybe I better not.
What are you scared of? Here, let me change places with you.
As Dan half stood in the driver's seat of the fast-moving stage, two riders quickly reined in their horses. One of them was a tall man who wore a white hat and a black mask. The other was an Indian.
A boy's driving that stage, Tonto.
Ah.
Now he's changing places with the other.
That's plenty dangerous.
Yes, it's suicide. That stage is heading for a sharp curve.
That's right.
We must warn them. Come on, Silver.
Get 'em up.
Urging the powerful white stallion and the sturdy paint forward, the masked man and his Indian friend rode to intercept the stage before it was too late.
Master Silver.
Get 'em up. Stop.
It'll be close, Tonto.
Take run. Penny fast.
We've got to beat it. Hi-yo, Silver. Away!
From the fast-moving stage, the boys suddenly saw the dangerous curve ahead.
Dan, look!
Hey, give me those reins.
Stop the horses. We'll overturn.
Whoa there, whoa!
They're running away.
Whoa, horse, pull up there.
Look, a masked man.
And an Injun. Outlaws. They're overtaking us.
As the thundering stage drew closer and closer to the sharp curve ahead, the great horse Silver drew even with the driver's seat, then leaped alongside the lead horse of the team. Quickly, the Lone Ranger grasped the team's reins.
Whoa there, whoa!
Reining on the reins, he slowly but surely pulled the team to a halt, virtually on the brink of the turn. The coach lumbered to a halt.
What are you boys doing with this stage?
Well, we were just taking it for a ride.
A ride, huh? You might have killed yourselves.
We won't do it again.
Oh, no, I better take it back now. My dad's a regular driver. He'll need it for the run to Dobie.
I'll see you on your way. Help me turn the horses, Tonto.
A few days later, across the arid wastes of a sun-bleached prairie, a puff of dust moved along a new wagon trail. Then a sudden breeze whisked the dust away, revealing a stagecoach bound for Prairie City. As the stage lurched wide around a bend, two horsemen watched its approach.
There's something wrong with that stage, Tonto.
Horses run away.
Look at the guard and driver.
Me see.
Something's happened to them. Let's go.
Get 'em up.
Come on, Silver.
A half hour later, a strange procession filed down the main street of Prairie City toward the express office. The townfolk gaped as it slowly lumbered past, then buzzed with excitement.
Sheriff! Hey, Sheriff!
Don't bother me. I'm busy.
Stage is here, Sheriff. It's been waylaid again.
What's that?
There it is. You can see for yourself. Look who's driving it.
A masked man.
And an Injun.
What is it, Sheriff?
No yet, Rand, but I'm aiming to fire now.
I'll go with you.
Me too.
Come down off that stage, you two. I've got you covered.
Put those guns back in leather, Sheriff. Follow their friends.
I'll decide for myself who you are, mister. Meanwhile, if either one of you make a wrong move, you'll get a slug from those 6 guns.
Hey, Sheriff.
Yeah?
The driver and the guard. They're dead. There ain't a mark on them.
This is the third time that's happened inside a month.
Maybe they died of bad hearts or something, Sheriff.
Oh, you slow-witted maverick. If it had been just once, you might be right. But 6 corpses have been brought in by stage, and all without a mark on them.
Right, Sheriff.
What's more, the stage has been looted every time.
That's right, Sheriff.
There's no 2 ways about it. Those men were murdered. And this masked army and the Indian are the ones who did it.
You're right there, too.
These 2 men were dead when we found them.
A likely story, huh, Sheriff?
Who are you?
I'm District Superintendent of the Stage Company, mister. And I'm charged here with murder and theft against the Overland Express.
Come on, bring him up. It's Danny Curran, the stage driver's boy.
Let me through. All right, get back there. Let the kid through.
Dad,
Dad!
Your father's dead, Dan.
Dad? You're the man.
That's the man who killed him.
Let's lynch them 2 murderers.
Come on, Tonto. Steady, Silver.
Out of our way.
Now, hold on there.
I'll get him.
Not so fast.
Oh, my hands.
Come on, Tonto.
Get him up. Come. They're getting away.
Come on, Silver.
Sometime later, the Lone Ranger and Tonto rode along the new stage trail, seeking a clue to the mysterious murders.
Somewhere along this trail, 6 men were murdered, Tonto. No sign of injury.
Oh, Scout. Oh, Tonto.
Oh, Silver. Oh.
What is it, Tonto?
You look there.
Easy, big fella. The stage was driven off the trail and alongside that boulder.
We follow tracks. Maybe find something.
There are 3 sets of wagon tracks leading from the trail.
That right. Kimasabi, me find something. You look here and rock.
Gold dust. At least it looks like it. And gold was stolen from the stage.
That right. What that mean?
Working alone, the outlaw found the loot too heavy to handle without dropping and breaking the boxes. I drove the stage off the trail and slid them onto this boulder. And probably onto pack horses. This dust trickled from the boxes.
Oh, Tonto Savvy now.
That means he knew the guard and driver would be dead when the stage got here.
And what killed him?
Easy, big fella. The answer lies on the trail ahead, Tonto. Come on, Silver.
Hit him up, Scout.
The next day, the sheriff was in the district office of the stage company, conferring with the manager.
All right. His eye size things up.
Oh, just a minute, Sheriff. Who's there?
It's me, Mr. Rand. Danny Kern.
Danny Kern. That's the son of the stage driver who was killed yesterday.
I wonder what he wants.
Well, ask him in and find out.
All right. Come on in.
Sorry about your pa's death, son.
Yeah, me too.
We mean to make it up to you by catching the yellow-livered coyote who killed him.
Yeah, that masked man, his Injun friend.
Well, that's what I come to see about, Mr. Rand.
What?
I want you to give me the chance to catch the critter that murdered my dad.
What's that?
Well, how can I give you the chance, boy?
By giving me the job driving the stage my dad drove before he died.
What?
Well, don't laugh.
Oh, sorry, son. But I thought I heard you say you wanted to drive the stage.
I did.
Gee, Horsefat, the kid's plumb serious.
How old are you, boy?
14. But I can handle a 4-in-hand.
14. You got size and weight enough to pass for 18.
Where'd you learn to handle a 4-in-hand?
My dad taught me. He used to take me with him on some of his trips.
And you think by taking your dad's place you might meet up with the murderer, son?
That's what I'm hoping.
The new stage trail runs through some pretty dangerous and deserted country, Danny.
Yeah, driving that coach is a man's job.
Only one water hole in the whole stretch. And when you come to it, you're so doggone thirsty you like to drown yourself getting enough to drink.
I want that job, Mr. Rand.
You got the spunk for a stage driver, I'll say that, son.
I don't know.
I heard you needed drivers for the new stage trail since some killings commenced, Mr. Rand.
That's so.
I heard you couldn't get no experienced driver to take the job.
The boy's got you there, Rand.
Well, 6 men have been murdered riding the stage on that trail.
Yeah.
And you want the job in spite of it?
Yes, sir.
What makes you think you'd bring the stage through when 6 grown men haven't been able to?
I'll bring them horses through all right, Mr. Rand. And when I get to Prairie City, I'll be driving them. They won't be pulling a corpse.
Doggone it, Rand. Let the boy try it. I like his nerve.
Just give me one chance, Mr. Rand. You haven't got anything to lose.
No, nothing but 4 good horses and a stage and cargo.
Give the lad his chance. I've got an idea.
All right, boy, the job's yours.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Rand.
Report to me here tomorrow. You'll take the stage to Dobie in the morning and drive it back to Prairie City in the afternoon.
Yes, sir. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Dan. Good luck to you.
Job, Rex. Now I'll get the critter that killed my dad. Get up, boy. Get up there.
As the youth rode away, the Lone Ranger and Tonto watched from a nearby concealment where they had listened to the conversation.
I'm going in now, Tonto. I'll wait here.
They'll not chase you?
I don't think so. I have a hunch they'll map out a plan after I get what I came for. I want you to overhear that plan.
Tonto's happy.
I'll wait for you at the fork outside of town. Adios.
Adios.
Hey, what the...
The masked man.
Keep your guns in leather. You're covered. Put them shooting irons down, stranger, and surrender in the name of the law. I didn't come to surrender, Sheriff.
So you admit you're the killer?
You'll think that, whether I deny it or not, Rand. And you are the murdering coyote.
No,
I'm not, Sheriff. I came here for information.
Information? What kind?
I want to know when the stage leaves here for Dobie tomorrow morning. When it's scheduled to leave Dobie in the afternoon.
So you can murder more of our men and loot the coach again, huh?
You're becoming insistent on that point, Rand. I don't like it.
Pretty brave when you're standing behind them 6 guns, aren't you?
You think you'd be a match for me if I weren't?
I'd be twice the match of the likes of you, mister.
Sheriff, here are my guns.
What?
Now, Rand, prove your point.
I'll prove it.
Missed that swing, Rand.
Well, I won't miss this.
That'll do for you, Rand.
What a wallop you got, stranger. Flush on the jaw.
Now, Rand, I'll take that information.
It's against the rules to give to anybody except them who buys a fare.
Very well, I'll buy one.
Never
mind, Rand. That chart on the wall seems to be the schedule. I'll just help myself.
No, stop him, Sheriff.
My gun, Sheriff, if you please.
He's getting away. Stop him.
Oh, gone it. I've never seen anything like that masked man. Never.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. After the Lone Ranger escaped in a hail of bullets, Tonto crept closer outside the window and listened.
That's the second time you've let that masked hombre get away from you, Sheriff.
How are you going to hang on to grease lightning?
Well, you better do something to catch him pretty quick.
Well, I'm aiming to.
How?
What's the stage freighting to Dobie tomorrow?
No, nothing valuable.
What's it carrying on the return trip?
Gold.
Gold, eh?
You think we better move the shipment back a couple of days?
No. That gold's going to stick to schedule.
But I can't
We'll
afford...
use it as bait to lure the masked man into a trap.
Oh. What's your plan, Sheriff?
I'll ride the stage on the return trip myself. I'll take the job as guard of the gold.
You mean...
And I'll swear in a lot of new deputies today to post along the trail.
All along the trail?
Yeah, but regular intervals.
Well, ain't no sense in stationing them in Dry Gulch, Sheriff. That part of the trail's clean deserted. Ain't even a shrub for the murderer to hide behind.
I'm not taking any chances.
Well, I guess you're right.
We'll have that killer bottled up, no matter where he strikes.
Yeah.
Well, I'll be getting along. I've got a lot of deputies to swear in before tomorrow.
So you think you'll have the killer bottled up, huh, Sheriff?
Set him up! Come
Urging his sturdy paint ahead, Tonto rode to the fork outside of town where the Lone Ranger waited. He quickly reported what he had heard.
So the sheriff is posting men all along the trail, huh, Tonto?
That right?
That's the surest way to scare the killer off. To capture the murderer, we'll have to get those deputies away from the trail.
What we do?
Well, I have a plan, Tonto, but it'll require a third person to carry it out. Someone we can trust.
You know a person?
Yes, I think I do, Kimosabe. Come on, Silver.
Get him up!
It was dusk when on the trail not far from town, Danny Kern heard the thunder of distant hoofs, and looking back saw a white stallion with a masked rider rapidly approaching. For a moment he sat transfixed as the great horse Silver raced toward him through the gathering shadows of night. Then, recognizing the rider as the stranger he and Tad had met on the trail, the mysterious masked man whom he believed had murdered his father, Dan spurred his horse ahead.
The masked man! Get up, Rex! We ain't got a chance against him without a gun. Get up, boy!
Wait, Dan! I want to talk to you!
Come on, Rex!
But try as he would to stretch the distance between him and the masked man, Dan soon found his efforts were of little avail. The onrushing stallion rapidly bridged the gap with powerful, sinewy strides, and the Lone Ranger reached for Dan's bridle.
Closer, Silver!
Take your hands off that rein!
Ho, Silver! Ho, Rex! Ho!
suppose you're going to kill me just like you did my dad.
I didn't kill your father, Dan. You've got to believe that.
I suppose this Injun's innocent, too.
Tonto and I would like to be your friends, Dan.
You can't trick me like that.
Dan, do you want to capture the man who killed your father?
You bet I do. And you're him.
Tonto and I have a plan to trap the killer, but we need your help.
Oh, you don't fool me none, mister. If you really wanted to catch the killer, you just walk into the sheriff's office and give yourself up.
Perhaps this will change your mind about me.
What? There's a silver bullet. A silver bullet? A masked man and a white horse. Why, you're the Lone Ranger.
Shall we talk about that plan now, Dan?
You bet we will.
Late the following afternoon, there was a bustle of activity before the express office in Dobie. It was almost time for the departure of the stage for Prairie City, and an exceptionally large and curious crowd of townfolk had gathered to watch how the 14-year-old son of the slain stage driver handled the four-in-hand on his return run. But Dan, made confident by the success of his trip from Prairie City, ignored their interest and whispered comments with the aplomb of a veteran.
Whoa! Hold up there, horse. Whoa! Whoa there! Whoa! All right, Hank. Hit them horses to the stage.
Just as you say, Danny. Well, you handle that four-in-hand like a veteran already, son.
Thanks, Sheriff.
Hey, gold all stored aboard?
Everything's in order.
Good. Time to be moving, ain't it, Danny?
Almost, Sheriff. We got a passenger.
A passenger?
He's coming out of the office now.
A tall man in nondescript clothes stepped out of the express office and into the stage. A secret preparation of wild berries and herbs applied to his face by Tonto had almost magically changed its appearance. Where not long before the Lone Ranger had stood, now walked an ordinary cowhand.
Horses are all hitched, Danny.
Thanks, Hank. Ready, Sheriff?
That passenger.
Better get moving if you want to make it to Prairie City on time.
We're moving right now. Come on, Sheriff.
All set, Dan.
Get up there, horse. Get up there. Come on, get up. Get up, horse. Get up. Come on, get up.
Leaving the outskirts of Dobie, the stage gathered speed, then settled into a steady run under Dan's expert hands. Unknown to the sheriff, the quarry he so eagerly sought as he fastened his eyes on the trail sat disguised as a passenger inside the coach.
How far are we from the water hole, Sheriff?
Quite a ways to go yet, stranger.
Have your men seen anything of the outlaw?
No. When that masked feller and his Indian friend hold up the stage this time, they'll find a mess of trouble.
What's that?
I don't know. It's coming from behind us.
Why, it's your deputy, Sheriff. They're chasing someone.
The Injun. Come on, town. Oh, go on, that redskin. Get up there. Get up there. Get on. Get up there. Get up. Come on. Get up. After him, boys. Don't let that Injun escape. We'll get him, Sheriff. Come on, man. Get up.
Riding like the wind, Tonto dashed along the stage trail toward Prairie City with the sheriff's deputies in hot pursuit. Attracted by the thundering hoofs and the sound of gunfire, each man in turn left his post and joined the chase.
You follow me! You come! Injun! Come on, horse! Get up there! Get up! Get up!
Past the express office in Prairie City sped the chase. Superintendent Rand went to the window to see what the excitement was.
Get them up! Stop!
Stupid fools. All of them leaving their post to chase one innocent Injun. It's just what I needed to give me a chance at that gold.
It was some time later when Danny Kern brought the stage to a stop at the waterhole. The afternoon sun blazed down on the trail with an almost intolerable heat, and dust clogged the hot air as the stage slowly rumbled to a halt. Fidgeting beside Dan on the driver's seat, the sheriff eyed the waterhole with keen anticipation of a drink from it to cool his parched throat.
Pull up there! Whoa! Easy there! Easy there! Whoa! Whoa there! Whoa!
Hey, I don't know about you two, but I'm making for that water pronto. I'm so dry I could drown myself.
Oh, just a minute, Sheriff. Come on there, horses.
Oh, hold on, Danny. But you got no better sense than let them horses drink first? They'll muddy up the water.
Them horses are mighty thirsty, Sheriff.
So am I. I ain't hankering to drink water after horses have stirred it up.
Well, maybe you better wait till we get to Prairie City for a drink, Sheriff.
You gone loco, Rad? Get them horses out of here. Even muddy water's better than none.
Suddenly, from the direction of the stage, a tall man who wore a white hat and a black mask and silver-mounted 6 guns hung low at his hips strode toward the sheriff.
Don't drink that water, Sheriff.
What? The masked man.
Also, your passengers.
You mean this...
I removed my disguise in the coach, Sheriff.
Jumping Juniper. And all my deputies went chasing that Injun.
That was necessary to give the killer a chance to expose himself.
You don't have to expose yourself to me, mister. I know who you are.
Dan, take this gun.
Yes, sir.
If he tries to drink that water, shoot him.
What in thunder?
Here, Silver.
So you two are in cahoots all the time.
The killer's as gritty for gold as I think he is, Sheriff. I'll bring him to you.
What?
Easy, big fella. Remember, Dan, don't let him drink that water.
Yes, sir.
Come on, Silver. Come on, Silver!
Down the trail thundered the powerful white stallion. His flying hoofs struck sparks from jutting stones, and his nostrils widened as the masked man urged him to even greater speed. Then, partly concealed by a boulder, they sighted their quarry.
Whoa, Silver, whoa. I want you, Rand. Keep your hands away from those holsters.
What do you want?
I want you for murder.
Murder? You must be loco.
No use stalling, Rand. I have proof.
You'll never take me. Off my hands.
The second time for you, Rand.
Get up there, get up.
No, you don't.
Blast you. Oh, you roped me out of my saddle.
You're coming with me, Rand. Come on, Silver.
Where are you taking me?
To the water hole. You'll talk there.
At the water hole, in the baking heat of the afternoon sun, Dan Kern kept his vigil, watching the angry sheriff grow angrier by the minute as his eyes thirsted on the water Dan's guns wouldn't permit him to drink. Pleas, arguments, offers of leniency to Dan in exchange for a mouthful of the water availed him nothing, and he lapsed into bitterness.
To think I encouraged Rand to give you this job. And you working for the killer.
I tell you, Sheriff, the masked man ain't the killer.
I reckon your paw would say different.
Well, the masked man will be back soon, then you'll see.
Well, I want a drink of that water. My throat is parched.
Oh, no, you don't. You don't touch that water.
My throat's parched.
Can't help it, Sheriff. My orders are you aren't to drink that water.
Oh, boy. Whoa, Silver. Whoa.
Doggone it, what's wrong with this water?
It's poison, Sheriff.
Well, Rand, what are you doing here?
Arrest this man, Sheriff.
Rand is a mysterious killer, Sheriff.
It's a lie.
When he saw Tonto chased by your deputies, he hurried to murder you and Dan as he did the others.
Don't listen to him, Sheriff.
I found him where I expected, at a boulder where he planned to rob the stage of the gold.
Is that right, Rand?
No.
Ask him what he's doing on the trail with these pack horses, Sheriff.
How could he kill 6 men and not leave a mark on them?
He put poison in this water hole. Poison ordinarily used to kill insects.
Oh, Dan's horses drank that water, and they're as healthy now as before.
Horses aren't affected by the poison, Sheriff. Men are.
Oh, so that's why you and Dan were so anxious not to let me drink.
That's it, Sheriff.
1 hour after the 6 men drank here, they were dead. Rand waited at the boulder where he could be certain of it.
He's lying, Sheriff.
After looting the stage, Rand sent the horses on again. You'll find the stolen goods at his home.
Why, you yellow-livered murderer.
Don't touch me, Sheriff. I tell you, he's lying.
If you want further proof, Sheriff, make him drink that water.
Go on, Rand. Drink it.
No, don't make me drink it. I'll confess. I killed him. I
ought to drown you in it, you murdering scum.
I told you I'd help catch some murderer, didn't I, Sheriff?
Yes, you did that, Danny. If it wasn't for you and the masked man, why, he's gone.
Yep, he's gone.
Hello, Silver!
story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Lucky Strike Green has gone to war.
It's 8:30.
It's 8:30, New York time. Time to wake up, America, and stump the experts.
Lucky Strike Green has gone to war.
Each week at this time, Lucky Strike gives you a chance to test your wits against those of 4 superwits. You provide the questions, and our experts try to answer them. Remember, for every question used, Lucky Strike will give you not only $10 in war stamps, but a set of the 12-volume Britannica Junior Encyclopedia. If the question is muffed, you get the Junior Britannica, plus a $50 war bond, plus a 24-volume set of the regular Encyclopedia Britannica. Send your questions to Information Please, 480 Lexington Avenue, New York City. If our editorial staff edits your questions a bit, don't fret over it. In case of similarity, we'll have to be sole judge of who shall be paid. And all questions become the property of Information Please.
Lucky Strike Green has gone to war.
And now light up a Lucky Strike as I present our Master of Ceremonies, book reviewer of the New Yorker magazine, Clifton Fadiman. Mr. Fadiman.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Ladies and gentlemen, Information Please continues on its spontaneous and unrehearsed way. And our board of experts tonight is made up of our regular trio, Mr. Adams, Mr. Levant, and Mr. Kieran. And as our guest, the military editor of the New York Times, Mr. Hanson W. Baldwin. We're going to begin tonight with a question from Mrs. J.E. Wignott of Rochester, New Hampshire. What bride or sweetheart, it's an odd distinction we make on this show, what bride or sweetheart of literature, the stage, or screen was fatally injured in an air raid while in an automobile? We have 3 hands. Mr. Baldwin?
Mrs. Miniver.
Was
it in the novel about Mrs. Miniver?
Mrs.
Miniver's daughter.
Yes,
Daughter-in-law.
Daughter-in-law.
Daughter-in-law,
Yes,
yeah.
that's exactly right. It wasn't in the original book, as I remember, but
It's in the screen.
It is in the screen version. Yes, quite right. Now, what bride or sweetheart, was killed by a cold sea wind? Killed by Mr. Kieran.
Annabelle Lee.
Annabelle Lee is right. Who was Annabelle
The
Lee?
lady that Edgar Allan Poe wrote about.
That's right. You remember the lines in which he killed her off?
Cold sea wind came out of the sea, chilling and
Killing
killing.
and killing.
My
That's the
Annabelle
one.
Lee.
Mr. Levant?
My lines are different. Who's wonderful? Who's marvelous? Miss Annabelle Lee? That isn't the one.
That isn't the one. That's the comic version. And what bride or sweetheart committed suicide after a plot to save her sweetheart failed? Mr. Levant.
That's Tuska.
It is
La
Tuska. Yes. What's the story? Can you remember it?
Yeah, I remember.
Vaguely?
Sure. Scarby, the policeman, or the head, the prefect, whatever they call him, he's trying to get at La Tuska, or Tuska as he knew her. And she was shielding her fella, who was a painter, who was shielding another fella. And
you got more relative clauses.
we're in
than
the
I can
first
shake a
act
stick
now.
at.
What you want is the third act.
Well, what happened in general?
Well, in the third act, they make a bargain, and then she plunges a knife into, it's usually Lawrence Tibbett when he's in voice, into him. And then he's ordered to be killed, the painter, with false bullets. However, the bullets aren't false, and after he's killed, Cavadarossi or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like a
Cavaradossi,
Union
maybe.
man.
Mm-hmm.
And then she plunges from something high.
Yeah, a parapet. we say.
Parapet. As a protest. What she got out of that, I don't
I don't know. You know, you make it sound better than it plays, Mr. Levant, really. Well, that's 3 out of 3, and sends us on to a question from Paul J. Crowley of Rochester, New York. This is a military question, gentlemen. We have to get 2 out of 3. Name the Axis commander in Africa when Wavell was the winner. Now, you have to go back. Remember when Wavell was going ahead? Who was the Axis commander, Mr. Levant?
Graziani.
Graziani is right. Mr. Baldwin, that's correct, is it not?
Electric whiskers.
That was Bergonzoli.
That was Gorgonzola. Yes.
Bergonzola.
Bergonzola, yeah. Whatever happened to Electric Whiskers, Mr.
He was
Baldwin?
captured.
Who's got him?
The opera. He's in the opera, I think.
He's in the opera?
Well, the English show him Verdi, I read, all the time. He likes to hear
He
opera.
loves that, huh? How about this? Who was the British field commander of the 8th Army at the time when Rommel made his furthest advance into Egypt? Mr. Baldwin.
Ritchie. Neil,
Yes.
Matthew, and Ritchie.
That's exactly right. And did he operate under the orders of another commander?
That is right. He operated on the orders of General Auchinleck.
General Auchinleck, that's right. That gives us the story complete. Now, finally, name the German tank commander who was captured in the present campaign. Mr. Baldwin?
Rotha.
How do you say it?
R-O-T-H-A.
Has anybody got another idea? Mr. Kieran?
I thought General Stummer.
No, he was killed.
Stummer was killed.
The one who it was had dinner with General Montgomery last night, it said on the radio.
They like each other?
Yeah, they had good food and they diagrammed the whole thing.
Well, what was his name?
The man who pronounced it on the air had very bad diction.
Ritter von Thoma.
That's right. Yeah,
Yes, that's the one you were thinking of, Mr. Baldwin.
I had it back.
He was captured in the present campaign. Well, as long as we're on this campaign, which is making all of us very happy at the moment, Mr. Baldwin, could you tell us off the record how the British strategy in this campaign differs from that of the previous ones in Libya and Egypt?
Air power, principally. They've been hammering at the German lines for weeks now and have practically prevented Rommel from getting gasoline and supplies and tanks, and that is the primary cause, I think, of his great defeat.
Would there be any secondary causes that you can analyze for us?
Secondary causes are the great British superiority in tank strength and also in manpower and air strength. Yeah. And I think the 8th Army of today is the best army the British have ever put in the field.
That sounds as if you're pretty optimistic about how they're going to wipe the Germans up during the next few days. Would you care to make any predictions?
Not yet. I don't think Rommel is eliminated yet. I think we have to see in the next 3 or 4 days what happens. He still has 3 of his tank divisions pretty closely bunched around Mirza Matruh, has a screen out behind him to protect his rear. He's trying to retire in order, and the Germans are already attempting to fly reinforcements to him.
Yeah, you'd rather not commit yourself, then, as to the outcome?
No, not yet.
Mr. Kieran, do you see how to become a military expert? Mr. Levant?
I say all you do is depress everybody.
No, I think we don't feel very depressed, and neither does Mr. Baldwin about the campaign in Egypt. How about this one from Julia Degnan of Jamaica, New York? Now, this is a musical question, gentlemen, but it's one on which Mr. Baldwin should establish himself as a master. A member of which branch of our armed forces might issue an invitation to his date with this music? There are going to be 3 pieces played, and we have to get 2 out of 3. Let's have the first. Mr. Kieran.
Member of the Flying Force, American Air Force.
American Air Force. What was being played?
Come, Josephine, in your flying machine away.
We'll go. We'll go.
Hey, no, Oscar, I've never heard you before.
That's a song I knew when I was a kid.
Yesterday. Now the second one. Mr. Levant?
I'm not sure. Is that about a park?
Keep going.
Petting in a park?
Who's stopping you?
Well,
sounds like the Navy to me.
Attaboy, Mr. Baldwin, the Navy. Not that the Army and the Marines couldn't...
No, they'd hold up.
Sure, you've got to be fair. But I think mainly the Navy, yes, who have a predilection for parks and for parking. Now, how about the third and last? Mr. Levant again.
Jangle, jingle, jungle, jingle.
Jangle,
jangle. Well, the cavalry.
The cavalry, yes.
Or the Cossacks, for that matter.
Oh, the Cossacks. They're most of them are cavalrymen. Well, that gives us 3 out of 3 and sends us on to a question from Mrs. Eva Betterly of Brockville, Connecticut. Now, gentlemen, I'm going to read you a garbled description of some action at sea. What's wrong with the following description of this naval action? A PBY took off from the Hornet and dropped 3-inch shells on a Japanese battleship. There may be more than one thing wrong with that. Mr. Kieran, will you start us off?
I don't think a PBY would take off from a battleship.
I didn't say it did.
Well, even from a carrier.
Eminently correct.
Mr. Kieran, right, Mr. Baldwin?
Right.
The
PBY
Hornet...
is a flying boat.
Yes, it's a seaplane. It wouldn't be based on the Hornet, which, as Mr. Kieran says, is an air carrier. Now, how about the second part of the description of this engagement, Mr. Baldwin?
Wouldn't drop 3-inch shells, obviously.
Why not?
Drops bombs.
Drops bombs, and you couldn't drop those, couldn't drop 3-inch shells from a plane. Gosh.
Pearl Harbor, you remember?
No.
They did. They're supposed to be back on Pearl Harbor. They were very similar to armor pits.
Stuff, isn't it?
Well, it's been done once or twice. If you want to piss a heavy belt of armor, it's tried.
Good thing to know. How about this one from Nell Doherty of Las Vegas, New Mexico? Here's one about weddings. Who officiated at the wedding of the following pairs? Who performed the wedding of the man all tattered and torn and the maiden all forlorn? Who performed?
So far, they haven't gotten married.
Pardon?
With us, they haven't gotten married.
We got to get them married. We only have a few minutes. Mr. Adams?
The minister, I forget what his description was.
That's the trouble, you see. Now, if you only knew what the description was, you'd be all right.
Sound the trumpet horn.
The priest all shaven and shorn. All shaven and shorn, yes. The priest all shaven and shorn. What's it from? What are the words from, Mr. Adams?
This is the house that Jack built.
That's it, yes, from Mother Goose. Now, how about...
A good deal of Jack.
How about the wedding of Romeo and Juliet? Who officiated? Mr. Kieran.
Why, the friar.
That was
in
the
the
name.
play.
Had a name.
Friar Lawrence.
Attaboy, Mr. Levant. That's exactly
You
right.
know I'm a Shakespeare expert.
From now on, you are. If we can only stick to that question, week in and week out, Mr. Levant, you're going to come through.
Well, that's in Tchaikovsky. That's why I know it.
Is it in...
Well, with Romeo and Juliet.
Is there a Friar Lawrence in it?
Well, there's some awfully turbulent music. Or peaceful music, I'm sorry.
And that's for Friar Lawrence. How about the wedding of Abe Levy and Rosemary Murphy? Who did the officiating then, Mr. Levant?
Rose Nichols' play, Abe's Irish Rose.
That's the one who tied the nuptial knot.
Paramount. They bought it for a lot of money.
And
either a rabbi or... I think both a rabbi and a minister.
Both rabbi and minister, and what else?
Priest.
Yes,
And a
yes.
priest.
All three faiths were represented. First they were married by a Methodist, then by Jewish and Catholic clergymen. It must have been a marriage...
The marriage didn't last.
It didn't last at all, really?
Too many,
Lasted 5 years.
Lucky Strike Green has gone to war.
Now that master of brevity, Mr. Cross, demonstrates how to sum up 25 years in just 5 words.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, in a very true sense, the 25-year history of Lucky Strike can be summed up in these 5 words. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. For year in, year out, the same story comes out of tobacco land. At the auctions down there, in market after market, we consistently select the riper, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike leaf. And smokers, because we do select and buy this better quality tobacco, you are assured a milder, better tasting cigarette in Lucky's. Yes, make no mistake, in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. Better tobacco means a better cigarette. So it's no wonder that with independent experts, auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen, with men who know tobacco best, it's Lucky's 2 to 1. Mr. Fadiman, have I summed up the good common sense reasons for choosing a cigarette of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike, so round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw?
Mr. Cross, as usual, you have packed a great deal of sense into very few words. I timed you at 60 seconds.
Lucky Strike Green has gone to war.
Mr. Rosedale, I don't know what Lucky Strike Green is, but by this time you must have a battalion established. How about this one from M. Hamilton Whitman of the U.S. Naval Reserve at Norfolk, Virginia. Now, gentlemen, we're going to act out some friendly scenes at sea. You are to imagine me on board a Navy vessel. A small Navy boat approaches alongside, and from the exchange of greetings that you're now going to hear, tell us who is approaching on the small boat. Is that clear? All right, here we go. Ship ahoy!
United States.
Who's coming up alongside? Mr. Kieran.
Take a chance that President Franklin D. Roosevelt.
Yes, that would be quite right. President of the United States is aboard the small boat. Would that be the only possible way of identifying that?
No,
those
he'd
words?
be flying the President's flag.
Ahoy!
North Carolina.
Who's
Would be the
coming up?
captain of North Carolina.
Yes, or the commanding officer, if the captain happened to have just had a stomach ache or something at the time. But whoever is in command of the vessel. All right, here's the third and last. Ship ahoy!
Aye, aye. An officer.
Any officer?
Any officer.
Any commissioned officer other than the commanding officer. That's exactly right, Mr. Baldwin. You gave us 2 out of those 3. And how about this one from William Herman of Indianapolis? In what work of literature or the theater does someone forget the following things? Forget a password. This might be in a story of any sort. Mr. Kieran.
In Grimm's Fairy Tales. Rumpelstiltskin, I believe.
Well, isn't it Rumpelstiltskin who remembers the password?
Is that a kid's story? Like one of those talking guns?
Oh, Open Sesame.
Yeah, that's... what's that from?
Either Penrod or the thing that...
I don't know the Penrod.
No, the other one. You know, Tom Sawyer, Huckleberry, and all that stuff.
I don't remember it in there either.
I'm still thinking of Grimm's Fairy Tales, I believe.
Well, no, I don't remember. The one I was thinking of was the story...
Bluebeard.
Pardon?
7 Thieves.
Run the number up and you'll have it, Mr. Baldwin.
40 Thieves.
40. Make it 40, yes. Who forgets the password in...
We did,
in that story.
Alibaba.
No, it isn't Alibaba. It's his villainous brother, Qasim. Alibaba is the one who remembers it, but it's his brother who forgets the word when he wants to leave the cave, and it seems to me he's imprisoned in the cave. I think we were kind of ragged on that. We'll have to call that wrong. Now, in what work does someone forget a fan?
Oh.
Mr. Levant?
No, I'm glad I checked my mind.
Yes, I saw what was running through it. It was terrible. Mr. Adams?
Probably Lady Windermere.
Now you're talking.
Lady Windermere's fan by Oscar Wilde.
That's right. And I won't tell you to tell the story because I'm sure you would if I asked you.
I just know the title.
Yes, the losing of the forgetting of the fan is one of the major episodes in that play by Oscar Wilde, Lady Windermere's Fan. Now, how about someone who forgot a song that he had plagiarized? Someone who forgot a song he had plagiarized, Mr. Levant.
Is that the Meister-Singer?
It is indeed. Who's the fellow who forgets it?
Beckmesser.
Beckmesser, that's right. What did he do?
He copied Walter von Stolzing's prize song. And then...
Why didn't you forget it? It would be still better.
I just have.
That's exactly right, though, Mr. Levant, and that gives us 2 out of 3. How about this one from Viola Cates of New York City? What engagements of this war are described in these famous accounts? I'm now going to quote them. We're going to have 3. We have to get 2 out of... Quote, we saw the rest in dot-dash code who we were. We answered all right with 2 torpedoes. What engagement's being described?
Sounds like the Battle of Cape Matapan.
Where was that?
That was off Crete between the British and Italian fleets.
Well, now, it may be that the same thing happened way over there, but the one I'm thinking of happened several thousand miles away from
Probably
Cape
talking
Matapan.
about the Solomon Islands, too.
No, I'm not.
I don't think that happened in the Solomons.
No. Think it did happen in the Solomons?
I don't think it did.
Neither do I.
Cape Matapan, I know that such occurrence did occur.
In which the cruiser was not 500 yards away?
Yeah, the British came up on the Italians after dark, and the Italians asked who was there, and the British let loose with a broadside. That was the next thing. The British destroyers torpedoed the Italian ships. That was Cape Matapan. Let's see what other occurrence it might be.
Well, the only other one that it might be is the one I have here on my card, and I'm going to stick to that. And that was the famous action in Subic Bay. And the story is told in William L. White's marvelous book, They Were Expendable. It's one of the exploits that Lieutenant Bulkley talks about. Now, you may be quite right, Mr. Baldwin. My information gives me Subic Bay. However, we may get the next 2 right. How about this one? She continued making uncontrollable circles in the sea, in which condition, I have several hands at once. I think I'm going to finish the sentence anyway. In which condition she was attacked by our flotillas with 2 more torpedoes, which brought her virtually to a standstill. Mr. Kieran?
Well, that was the final sinking of the Bismarck.
That's right. Where'd that take place?
That took place west of the French coast, I believe.
Somewhere in the North Atlantic.
Yeah.
North Sea.
Yes, and when did it take place? About when? Mr. Baldwin?
May 1941.
That's right. That's exactly right, in May 1941. Now, here is the 3rd and final engagement. We crossed their T. The enemy turned in utter confusion, each ship taking its own course and trying to bring the action parallel and uncross the disastrous T. Mr. Baldwin?
That was the last scrap in the Solomon Islands when I think Captain Scott, I believe it was, commanding a cruiser and destroyer force of ours, intercepted some Japanese cruisers which were covering a landing at night.
Captain Small, I think.
Small,
I think the name was. Do you remember what the losses of the enemy amounted to in that engagement?
Well, I don't quite know. There have been various claims about it, but I think we probably sank 2 cruisers and at least 2 to 4 destroyers.
Yes, I have here 3 Jap cruisers. We're optimists on this program. And 5 destroyers. Is it the Savo Island action? Is that the way it's pronounced?
There was another previous Savo Island action, of course, in which we lost a number of cruisers.
Yes. Well, that gives us at least 2 out of... And here's one from Carolyn Schroeds of Stockton. Did the following characters support? The first is Batsarov. Mr. Levant.
Nihilism. He was the first nihilist.
What is a nihilist, Mr. Levant?
It's the first... it appears in Turgenev's Fathers and Son, a wonderful book, in 1850s in Russia.
That's
it
right.
was the first... nihilism is against any kind of government.
Yes, it's a man who believes in...
Which would do away with you on this show.
Come to think of it, you're right. Where would that leave you, Mr. Levant?
Would do away with me first.
That's a complete description of nihilism. Now, how about this one? This character is named Berzelius Windrip. What school of thought did he, Mr. Adams?
He was a dictator in Can't Happen Here.
That's right. And his school of thought would be what? If you want to call it a school of thought.
Hitlerism.
Fascism. Well, yes, fascism. Let's call it fascism. How about Oliver Wiswell? Oliver Wiswell. What school of thought did he represent, Mr. Levant?
Well, that was in the Revolution, the American Revolution.
That's
that
right.
represented the... Well, I don't want to alienate England's affection for us now. Let somebody else do it.
Oh,
Tory.
Pardon?
Tory.
He was a Tory, yes. One of a large party of Americans in those days who simply weren't on the side of the revolutionaries. They just took the losing side. That often happens. He is the hero in Kenneth Roberts' book, Oliver Wiswell. How about this one from Dr. John Kenya of New York City? It's a sports question. And all of these expressions that I'm going to use have the same frigid quality to them. Where in sports are these expressions encountered? The first is to ice. To ice. Mr. Kieran.
Encountered in ice hockey. It's
What does it mean?
form of delaying the game when you're ahead or when you have your men short on ice. You have a
What do you
couple
do?
You shoot the puck, slide the puck down to the other end of the rink.
Yes, that's right. How about to freeze? To freeze, Mr. Levant?
That's basketball.
Basketball.
You have a short lead and the game is approaching the end, and you don't want the enemy to get the ball. You just pass the ball in a short area among each other. What is it, among?
Well, it depends how many there are.
Five. There are
Five.
five.
I guess it's among. Is that
Among.
right, Mr. Kieran?
That's right.
That's right.
Well, the way I play would be between me and somebody else.
And finally, this chilly expression, to cool off. Used in what sport and means what? To cool off.
Cool off?
Cool off, yeah.
You can cool off a fellow in any sport, but they cool out a horse after racing.
You can knock a guy out and say he's cooled.
You can. I was thinking of the way it's used in baseball. It has a definite meaning. Mr. Baldwin, what does it mean in baseball? You had your hand
The
up.
game, doesn't it? Take a rest.
I never heard of it.
Well, it
New
might
pitcher?
mean that. No, it means letting the hitter wait between pitches. Isn't that right? You sort of get him off guard by waiting on the pitch until he sort of lost. He isn't all set anymore. Mr. Adams, remember it?
Never heard the expression.
rather
in the
precious.
ball
I never heard it.
Are you crying me down? Well, we got 2 out of 3 anyway.
Lucky Strike Green has gone to war.
And now, before we go on to the next question, Mr. Rysdale points out that 2 to 1, as Lucky Strike uses it, is a great deal more than a figure of speech.
Yes, indeed, ladies and gentlemen. The 2-to-1 preference for Lucky Strike among independent tobacco experts is established by actual sworn records. These records show that among independent experts, auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen, Lucky Strike has twice as many exclusive smokers as have all other cigarettes combined. So you see, there's good solid fact behind that well-known phrase. With men who know tobacco best, it's Lucky's 2-to-1. And smokers, surely the example of these experts is well worth your following. For at the auctions they attend, they obviously see just who buys what tobacco. Yes, year after year, they see the makers of Lucky's consistently select the riper, lighter, milder Lucky Strike leaf. Smokers remember, in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And the smoke tobacco experts smoke, Lucky Strike, means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Thank you, Mr. Rysdale. That took 60 seconds.
Lucky Strike Green has gone to war.
Yes, smokers, Lucky Strike gone to war.
I don't know what these boys are talking about, but it seems to me that Lucky Strike Green has gone to war. Here's one from J. Vance Wyckoff of Jackson Heights, New York. Gentlemen, what are these firsts in literature? These are quotations in which the word first appears in every case. I think we ought to get 3 out of 3 on this. First-class fighting man. First-class fighting man. Mr. Baldwin?
Gunga Din. Kipling?
You got the right author.
That isn't right. It's Kipling, but it's not Gunga Din.
It isn't, that's right. Mr. Adams?
Fuzzy Wuzzy.
Fuzzy Wuzzy.
Fuzzy Wuzzy, yes. I sort of feel I ought to give you credit on that, Mr. Baldwin. That's not bad for a military expert. Where did Fuzzy Wuzzy live?
India.
And his home in the Sudan.
Sudan. You've got the wrong, practically the wrong continent.
Wrong continent.
Yes. How about this one? This is another first. Nothing first.
What?
I know you don't believe it, Mr. Levant. Mr. Kieran?
All at once on nothing first, just as bubbles do when they burst.
That's picking it out of a hat.
On 1st November, 1855, I believe.
1st of November, Earthquake Day.
Now, what are we talking about?
The wonderful one-horse shay.
Yes, but I don't know. You have to explain things to me. Yes. I think that's pretty good, because that's not a very well-known quotation. Who wrote the Deacon's Masterpiece?
Oliver Wendell Holmes.
Very good, Mr. Kieran. Now, how about another first? How first he met her. How first he met her. Mr. Adams.
She was cutting bread and butter.
That's right. Who is this that you're talking about?
Werther.
That's right. That's right. And what are you quoting from?
Charlotte had a love for Werther, which something could never utter. When
Would you know how first he met her?
She was cutting bread and butter.
Very good, Mr. Adams. That's right. All right. And now this one from Hardin Goldstein of New York. Under what circumstances did these people disappear? The first is Ambrose Bierce. Mr. Levant.
He just disappeared. We still don't know. It was in Mexico.
In Mexico. When was this?
He was a good friend of Dashiell Hammett's.
Really?
Who hasn't disappeared.
I didn't know that Mr. Hammett was quite as old as that.
Either that or Hammett admires him.
I think it's that, yes. They're of different generations.
Vote for one.
When did, Mr. Adams, when did Bierce disappear into Mexico?
I don't know.
Early 1900 and something.
1913. And who was Bierce?
He was a writer of peculiar stories with a chill in them.
That's right.
Occurrence at Owl Creek Bridge.
Yes, that was a very good one. Now, how about
Born
this
in
one?
San Francisco.
Under what circumstances did Rudolph Diesel disappear? Rudolph Diesel.
He died in 1913, too.
Levant is a bear on disappearances.
Well, I happened to pick up D in the encyclopedia last week, and I ran across Diesel.
And disappearances, too, I suppose.
He died.
Yeah, he died.
He invented the machines.
Yes, diesel engine. Now, under what circumstances did he die or disappear or whatever?
Well, I stopped mourning about him. That was 1913.
1913, yes. You haven't got a very large heart.
Well, you furnish the rest.
He was crossing the channel on his way to consult the British Admiralty, and he fell overboard and was drowned. How about Theodosia Burr? Theodosia Burr. Who is Theodosia Burr?
She's the daughter of
Mr.
Aaron
Kieran?
Burr.
That's the daughter of Aaron Burr. Know anything about her disappearance?
No, I don't.
Ooh, Mr. Kieran. In 1812, she sailed from Charleston in a boat for New York, and the vessel was never heard from. It's presumed it was sunk. Well, that sends a $50 bond to Mr. Goldstein.
Lucky Strike Green has gone to war.
Well, that's all we have time for. Thank you, Mr. Baldwin, for joining us this evening. In a few seconds, I'll announce next week's guest. Tonight, Lucky Strike has paid out one set of the Encyclopedia Britannica and one $50 war bond. And speaking of bonds, listen to this. In that part of Russia at present enslaved to Germany, the Russian slave children are now being taught a new kind of geography. Their German masters divide the world into two parts, lands belonging to Germany and lands that will belong to Germany, including what the German teachers call harmful America. Would you like your children to be taught that kind of geography? Do you see why we should buy war bonds regularly? Next week, Mr. Kieran and Mr. Adams will be on hand, and we shall have two guests. One is the nationally famous wit and poet, Dorothy Parker, and the other, famous both as poet and anthologist, Mr. Louis Untermeyer, editor of a Treasury of Great Poems. Send letters with questions and the correct answers to information, please, at 480 Lexington Avenue, New York City. And now a parting message from Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs, famous tobacco auctioneer from Goldsboro, North Carolina.
The Treasury Star Parade. Produced under the personal direction of William A. Bacher, with Fulton Osler as our master of ceremonies, David Brookman and the Treasury Orchestra, and the stars of the Broadway hit Claudia, Phyllis Thaxter and Robert Shane, in Malcolm Meacham's adaptation of an original drama by Fulton Osler and Ruth Levere, entitled Beyond Recall.
This is Fulton Osler, ladies and gentlemen, in another of the programs brought to you by the Treasury Department. Today we present the story of a boy and girl in love. You're probably already thinking there's nothing new about that, and of course you're right, except there is one thing new. There's a war. There's a world in ferment, a titanic struggle between two ways of life, One, a way of life where speech is free. The other, a secret, dark way of life, where your slightest confidence can be turned against you and cost you your freedom, your happiness, your very life. Oh, yes, love stories today can be different. If you don't believe me, listen.
I think that's my favorite song.
Mine, too. Happy?
Mm-hmm.
Having fun?
Oh, yes, wonderful fun.
Me, too. Like this place?
Crazy about it. Crazy about the place, crazy about the people, and crazy about you. Do you mind?
Personally, I'm for it.
Well?
Well, what?
Who do you love?
Peggy. Who do you love?
Ted.
Then everything's rosy. How about a kiss?
Right here, with all these people watching.
I'll sneak one while you're here. Like this.
That was nice. Oh, Ted.
What, darling?
It's all so perfect, everything. You and me, and the music, and the night. Being here in your arms. Why does it ever have to end? Why can't we go on like this forever? Just you and I, dancing like this forever?
It would be nice.
Let's.
You're crazy, darling. But if we can't do that, we can always remember. Always. That's one thing that nothing in the world, nothing can take away from you. A perfect memory.
Ooh, you sound so grim.
Do I?
Ted, what's the matter?
It's 11:15, Peggy.
So what? The evening's only a puppy.
No, the evening's all over. It was a Cinderella evening. All music and stardust in your eyes, and then promptly at the stroke of 12, back to the reality of the chimney corner and the ashes.
Ted, what are you talking about?
There's a war, darling, and I'm a soldier.
You mean your leave's been canceled?
More than that. Look, honey, it's going to be tough for both of us, but we'll have to take it, like thousands of men and girls all over America.
Where are you going, Ted?
I don't know. I got the telegram just before dinner. I have to be back at camp at 5 in the morning.
And after that?
After that, I don't know.
Does that mean they're sending you away?
Yep.
Why didn't you tell me sooner?
And spoil our perfect memory.
Oh, of course. Where will they send you?
I don't know.
You mean you can't tell?
No, darling, I don't know. Sometimes they tell you just before you shove off. Sometimes they don't.
Ted, I've got to know where you are. I couldn't stand it not knowing. I go crazy. Every boat that got sunk, I'd think. And every battle that was lost. I couldn't stand it.
You'll have to, darling. There's no way of my letting you know.
Yes, there is, Ted.
Now, please, darling, you know...
A high school code, remember?
Yes, but now look, honey.
Nobody knows how to work it but you and me, and it's so simple. Nobody will guess in a million years.
It's against the rules.
If Miss Kramer in study hall couldn't figure it out, nobody could.
You're crazy, darling.
No, I'm not. You could even write it on a postcard. Promise me, Ted. Please, Ted. Please say you will.
Well, if I can find out before I leave...
You can. I know you can. Promise me, Ted.
All right, darling. If I can find out, I'll let you know. Feel better now?
Lots.
We've got 3 minutes more of dancing, and then I have to go, and...
Ted, no matter what, remember I love you.
And I love you, too, my darling. You bet your life I do.
Peggy, where are you?
Here, Mother.
Peggy, I wish you'd go upstairs for a minute. Oh, Peggy, you've been crying again.
Please, Mother.
But, darling, that doesn't do any good. You'll just make yourself sick.
I can't help.
Well, I wish you could see yourself. Your eyes are all red, and your nose is red and shiny, and your lipstick's all worn off. It's a pity Ted can't see you now.
Mother, please.
What do you think Ted would think about all this?
Oh, I guess he wouldn't like it very much. But it's been 3 weeks and not a word from him.
Well, darling, if he hasn't written, there must have been good reason.
But he promised me.
Then he will. Now, stop worrying about it and come and help me. Something to do will keep your mind off yourself anyway.
Yes? Who is it?
Letter for you, Miss Peggy. I thought you might want it in a hurry, so I brought it right on over.
A letter for me? Oh, Mother, you don't suppose.
My
dear. Give it to me, John, quick. Oh, Mother.
This is the one you've been waiting for?
Oh, yes, you're a lamb, John. Thanks a million.
Not at all. I just sort of reckoned that maybe it was.
Oh, Mother. It's from Ted.
Well, don't just stand there looking stupid. Open it and read it.
Oh, yes, of course. Peggy, darling, I've been thinking of you all day, so I thought I'd drop you a little note. It's been a long time since we...
Well, go on. What's the matter? Anything wrong, Peggy?
No, Mother. I have to sort of figure this part out. It's in code.
Code?
Yes, our high school code.
Oh, I've got it. You got what, darling?
I know where he's going. I know where Ted's going.
Well, now I hope you're happy.
Oh, I am.
I'll answer it. If it's Ted's mother, give her my love.
Hello? Oh, hello, Mrs. Holmes.
What?
Oh, I am happy. I just got a letter from Ted. Yes, of course he's all right, and Well, I mean, you're his mother, but...
Oh, I'm so happy. Where did he write it from?
I'm from Boston.
Boston? But why is he in Boston? Where are they sending him?
I promised him I wouldn't tell anyone. But you're his mother. I guess you have a right to know. He's going to Iceland.
Iceland? But, Peggy, how did you know? They aren't allowed to tell, are they?
No, but he wrote me in our high school code. Hey, Mom!
Shh, be quiet, Helen. High school code? How do you mean, Peggy?
It's a silly code we used in high school. Please don't tell anyone, Mrs. Holmes. I promised Ted
Iceland. Seems so far away.
Mother, what are you talking about?
Peggy just got a letter from
You
Ted.
won't tell him?
No, of course I won't tell anyone. Of course not.
Oh, Ted? Maybe I shouldn't have told you, but you are his mother.
Of course, my dear. I won't tell a soul. Thank you. I feel so much better now, knowing where he is. Why don't you come over and have lunch with me tomorrow?
Oh, I'd love to. When?
About 1. We can talk. Just you and I.
Yes, of course. I'll be there. Goodbye.
Goodbye, my dear.
What about Ted?
He's going to Iceland. He wrote and told Peggy.
Well, how could he? The letters are all censored.
Well, they use their old high school code. I suppose one of those childish things they worked out when they were in school.
Iceland? Well, I'll be darned.
Well, what are you all dressed up for?
I've got a date with Bill for supper.
Oh, you have you? I don't suppose you could have let me know before I did the shopping and everything.
Oh, Mother, for heaven's sakes. We're going out to dinner and then up to the Pines to dance. You can expect me when you see me coming. No, honest, Bill, it's true. Peggy got a letter from Ted written in that silly code they used to use in high school.
Yeah?
He said he was sailing from Boston for Iceland last night.
Iceland? Yeah, that's a hot one.
Hey, I wish you'd make up a code so I could keep track of you.
No kidding, Joe. Helen told me last night. Ted's whole division is being convoyed to Iceland. They sailed last night.
Yeah? How did Helen know?
Oh, he wrote her a letter. It was in some sort of a goony code they used to pass notes in high school so the teacher wouldn't catch on. You get it?
And they shoved off last night.
The whole division?
Yeah, that's right. Terrific convoy stuff, you know.
Waiter, may we have our check, please?
Yes, madam.
My dear, just think of it. I think it's as sweet as can be. Those 2 kids remembering the code from their high school days.
And he told her the entire convoy was leaving Boston last night.
Yes, the whole division. They're going to Iceland. Imagine.
Your check, madam.
Oh, thanks. $2.65.
That's right, madam.
Here you are. And this is for you.
Danke, madam. Is this Heinrich? Yeah. Tell 72 to meet me in the usual place in 15 minutes. I have an important message. Yeah.
Listen carefully so you will get it all straight now. Contact at once by radio the UZ214 and the U45. At once. There's no time to lose. Number 72 reports the convoy left Boston last night. If we hurry, the position can be determined within a few hours. Have you got it all straight? Listen, and I go over it again once.
Yes, this is U45. Tell 72 we have sighted the convoy. We are now in position.
Herr Kapitän! Hey!
Prepare torpedo to fire. Yes, U45 still calling. Congratulate number 72 for me. We caught up with the convoy in the exact position reported.
Oh, good evening, Lieutenant Martin, sir.
Good evening, Holmes. Out for a walk?
Yes, sir. Thought I needed a little air. It gets awful close down there sometimes.
Yes, I know what you mean. I'll be glad when we get this convoy to Iceland myself. It's too damn quiet up around here to be healthy.
Yes, sir. Lieutenant. Oh, what's that?
What?
Off to the left. You can just see it in the moonlight.
Where?
There.
God, it's a submarine.
A submarine?
Captain, it's a submarine. Reverse engine. Submarine to starboard. Reverse engine. Submarine to starboard. Here it comes! Reverse engine. My God, we're too late. Man the lifeboats! Man the lifeboats!
That's my favorite radio orchestra. What time is it, Mrs. Holmes?
Why, nearly 5 now, Peggy.
Well, I've got to be getting home. I promised Mother I wouldn't be late for dinner.
What is that you keep singing, Peggy?
Oh, it's just a song Ted and I like. I wonder where he is now. They must be there by this time, wouldn't you think?
Yes, I'd think so. It's been almost 3 weeks. I should imagine you'd be hearing from him almost any day now.
Oh, now stop it. You'll get me all excited. I can't wait.
Yes? Who is it?
Western Union telegram.
Western Union? What do you suppose? Telegram? For whom?
Mrs. Robert Holmes. She live here?
Yes, I'm Mrs. Holmes, but...
Sign here, please.
Yes. Thank you.
How much, lady?
What is it? Something important?
Haven't read it. I'm all shaky. Here, you open it.
Why, of course.
What does it say?
No.
What does it say? Let me see it! War Department regrets to inform you, Private Theodore Holmes, lost at sea, August 14th. No, he can't be. No, he can't be dead. He can't. Don't. If it had to be, it had to be. But why? Why did it have to be Teddy? Why?
Why? Because you talked and sacrificed thousands of lives. You talked. That's why. Talked.
You've heard the expression, talk is cheap, but you've seen that it can be mighty costly, too. Wagging tongues, dropping just a few careless words in a thoughtless moment, can sign the death warrant of thousands in our armed forces. So if you know something, keep it to yourself. When you feel tempted to speak out of turn, as we all do, just put a war stamp on your tongue. And remember, we must have money to win the war. You can do your share by investing as much as you can of your income every week or every payday in United States Treasury war savings bonds and stamps. Save to save our country. It is our country. Keep it ours.
Performance USA, the greatest entertainers in America, as requested by you, the fighting men of the United States Armed Forces throughout the world. Command Performance, presented this week and every week till it's over there. Pop to, mister, and get on the beam, for here comes that high-powered show for you high-powered guys in the AEF. It's Command Performance time, too, for you civilian workers and nurses, and for all our friends tuned into radio stations in Great Britain, New Zealand, Australia, Alaska, Hawaii, Puerto Rico, Guatemala, the Near East, and Africa. We got big business in the old Command Performance office tonight. And right now, here's your lovely chairman of the Entertainment Committee and vice president in charge of your letters, your mistress of ceremonies, Miss Betty Grable.
Thank you, Don Wilson, and hi, fellas. This is Betty Grable doing skirt patrol duty on Command Performance. Skirt patrol, that's Army slang. It means looking for feminine companionship. But I've picked up lots of Army slang lately. You see, I've been talking to a soldier friend at that great big Army camp near Los Angeles. I think it's called boot camp. Well, this boy's in the infantry, but I guess he's going to be in the cavalry. He told me he wants to be a gasoline cowboy and ride those galvanized geldings. But anyway, I'm speaking plain English when I say that Command Performance is really going out big again tonight. So big that you'd better take this first number and try it on just for size. For Sergeant C.W.S. and a certain platoon at APO 812, and for John Saint and the Devil Dogs of the Air, we bring you the pride of the Big Smokies, that Ozark Nightingale, the Clown Princess of Hollywood, Miss Judy Canova.
Hiya, fellas, hiya. Hey, wait a minute. Come here, Betty. You know something? I've wanted to stand up by a glamour gal for a long time. You ain't got no more than I got. It's just grouped a little better. Well, fellas, I just got back from a big bond selling tour with all the movie stars. All the gals started giving away kisses with each bond they sold. I wasn't doing so good, so finally I stopped, looked them all square in the face, and I says, boys, one kiss from me will put new life into you. One feller stepped up, he says, I'll buy a $500 bond if you'll kiss my tires. Yes, sir. But you know, I really had a good time on that trip. I sure did meet all kinds of people. I'll never forget one town we was in. I was standing there with all the folkses around me, you know, and some nice fellow walked up to me and he put his hand in my pocket. I thought it was some kind of a game, so I put my hand in his pocket and made $20 on the deal. But while we was on the tour, we stopped off in my old hometown of Unadilla, Georgia. Good old Unadilla. Folks back there is getting ready for Thanksgiving, so I went out to my Uncle Ben's farm. My Uncle Ben, that's my stoop-shouldered uncle, bend over Canova. No kidding, though, you know. Those folks of mine are really the salt of the earth. Why, in fact, my family down there is what you might call regular pioneers. Well, do you know that they's one of the first families to cross this here country in a covered wagon? You could have seen the faces, you'd know why the wagon is covered. Well, sir, out there at the house when we sat down to eat, they brought on the turkey. You know, you should have seen them Canovas go to work. That's the first time I ever seen anybody get sparks from a knife and fork. You never seen people eat so fast in your life. Well, I leaned my head down to say grace, and when I looked up, Ma asked me what I wanted for dessert. That bunch can really eat. They had everything on the table, and then they started looking at each other. Boy, was I nervous. I was really nervous, I'm telling you. For dessert, we had Ma's specialty, a flaming pudding. Of course, they didn't have any brandy, so they used kerosene. It's the first time I ever got indigestion and had my oil changed at the same time. But there's just one thing I'd like to say about Thanksgiving with the Canovas, and I do want to say it right here and now. If all the turkeys in the world was laid end to end, that's the part I'd get. And now, fellas, I'd like to sing you a little song dedicated to the sweethearts of the men in the service entitled 2 Hours After the Kraft Game, or I Can't Give You Anything But Love, Baby. Hit it, Professor. Rome wasn't built in a day. You have to pay for what you get. I will be here when you find me, so come and find me, my little cat. Anything but love, maybe that's the only thing I've plenty of. Tootsie, honey, honey, baby. Dream a while, scheme a while. You're sure to find, oh, you're sure to find a happiness, oh, and I guess all the things you always find for gee, I'd like to see you looking swell, baby. Diamond bracelet, worth doesn't say, well, baby. Till that lucky day, you know darn well, baby, I can't give you anything but, have anybody here seen my sugar? My little sugar, 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 sugar. Oh, I can't give my sugar anything but and thanks to Morris Solo of Columbia Pictures and the musicians who give their services. Right here, men, I'd like to read a letter from a sailor named R.J. Wold. Dear Command Performance, up here in the North Atlantic, we never hear crickets or frogs, and it would be awfully nice some night when we go to sleep to hear those things again. Yes, sir, we'd really get a big bang out of hearing some good old frogs and crickets. Well, sailor, that's for you. Take a big yawn while our genius in charge of sound gets hep to the crickets and the frogs. Jiminy Crickets and Mr. Frog. Well, fellas, not long ago, you called Freddie Slack and his orchestra with Ella Mae Morse to Command Performance, and they gave out with a sensational hit tune, Cow Cow Boogie. Well, since that night, Freddie has done it again. But the big thing in jukeboxes in America right now is Freddie Slack and his orchestra, Ella Mae Morse, and Mr. 5 by 5.
5 He's one of those big fat Thompson boys. Solid Avenue boys. Mr. 5 He's 5 feet tall and he's 5 feet wide. He don't measure no more from head to toe than he do from side to side. Mr. 5 got 15 chains and a line of jive. He's a mellow old cat, a real hep fat. He be Mr. 5 That man can really jump it for a fat man. The only trouble is there's no way of knowing whether he's coming on or going. Mr. 5 He's slightly plump on his butter side. He don't shake it no more from head to toe than he do from side to side. Whether he's coming on or going, Mr. 5 5 feet tall and he's 5 feet wide. He don't measure no more from head to toe than he do from side to side. Mr. 5
That was Mr. 5 sent your way by Freddie Slack and his orchestra and Ella Mae Morse. Our next star and command performance is not exactly 5 by 5. In fact, I guess Charlie McCarthy is more of a, 4 by 2. 2 by 4. I certainly fixed that. My only joke. So, for Sergeant Christie and 13 pals with that fighter squadron somewhere in India, for Major C.E.B., a former family doctor now at APO 942, and especially for a Brooklyn nurse now in England, Edgar Bergen and Charlie McCarthy.
That's nice going, Betty. That 4 by 2. That's a nice hunk of stuff. That's pretty good, yeah.
Hello, Betty.
Hello, Edgar.
I suppose you're going to that meeting tonight.
Well, I sure am.
Yeah, what's going on? What's the meeting?
Well, there's a meeting of the American Red Cross, Charlie.
Yeah?
You see, Charlie, I'm studying first aid.
No. You first aid? Mm-hmm. Well, paint me with iodine and call me a casualty.
I'll stop it.
Oh, it came on so suddenly, didn't it?
What's the matter?
Oh, just came over me right now. I'm a sick man. Oh.
You know, it's awfully good to see you again, Betty.
Oh.
Well, it's awfully good to see you again, too, Edgar.
Yes.
That's right. Just go ahead and let me die here. Just ignore me. Go ahead. I'm just napping around here, that's all.
Oh, Charlie, are you suffering?
Yes, but of course I don't mind suffering, you know, Miss Grable. It's just the pain I can't stand.
Oh, you poor boy.
Yeah.
Let me help you. Let me make you comfortable.
I got it bad, and it ain't good, you know.
There. I'll put my arm around you.
Yeah.
Is that better?
Oh, much better, yes. Now I got it good, and that ain't bad, is it? I think I'm getting delirious. I think I see an angel. Yes, I see an angel. Hello, Angel. What you doing tomorrow night?
Oh, So that's it. You're faking.
Yeah.
Charlie, you know the story about the boy who cried wolf.
Well, with me, it's the girls who cry wolf. Oh. But really, Betty, really, you know, I'm just as mild as a lamb. I'm just a lamb. Oh. Of course, right now, I'm a sick man.
Oh, sure.
All right, Charlie, if you insist, open your mouth and stick out your eyes.
Yeah. What do you mean, stick out my eyes? Mercy, have mercy. Is that the kind of stuff you learn in first aid class?
Well, not exactly, Charlie. Right now, we're learning about the various types of bandages.
I see.
I'm pretty good at it, too.
What do they call you? Wizard of Gauze?
Now, let me see.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. There's the roller bandage, the triangular bandage,
sure.
the upper bandage.
Oh, come, my pet. Please, let's not speak of such things. Let's discuss something more interesting.
Well, but Charlie, these things are very interesting and very important, too.
Yeah.
In times like these, what else is there to do? Did you hear me? I said in times like these, what else is there to talk about?
You did say that, didn't you? You're a Betty Grable, aren't you?
Yes.
I'm Charlie McCarthy, huh?
Yes.
Well.
Well?
Are you kidding? Oh, my little fawn, your eyes are like pools of limpid loveliness. Alas, I'm a drowning man.
Drowning? Let's see. Artificial respiration, page 108.
No, I don't mean that. No, I mean my heart is on fire.
Oh, superficial burns, page 176.
No. Can't you think of anything but first aid?
Well, you might do well to think about it yourself, Charlie.
Yeah?
Why don't you come over to one of our Red Cross meetings?
You think they'll let me in?
Well, of course. As a matter of fact, you'd come in very handy.
What could I do?
Well, we could use you for a splint.
Oh, I wanted to be your assistant, at one of those first aid meetings. Couldn't I do that?
Oh, but I already have an assistant, Charlie. And he's simply wonderful and so handsome.
Who is he? I don't think I'd like him.
Well, his name is Mortimer.
Not Mortimer, Snurd. Not that lame brain.
That's right. And he's right outside. I'll call him. Oh, Mortimer, dear.
Oh, my mama done told me. A woman's a two-faced.
Mortimer.
Yeah.
Mortimer, come over here. I want to speak to you.
Oh, gosh.
Aw, come here, Mortimer.
Oh.
I won't bite you.
I wish you would.
Mortimer, is it true, is it true, Mortimer, that you're helping Miss Grable in her first aid class? Are you helping out at first aid?
Where?
Well, yeah. Well,
I don't know. Darn you.
Well, tell me, how are you doing?
Yeah.
I say, how are you doing?
Oh, I'm busier than a one-armed coat hanger.
Yeah.
I'm Betty Grable's patient.
Oh, you're her patient.
Yeah, she's my Florence Nightingale.
No. Oh, yes, she is. No, you don't mean Florence Nightingale.
Oh?
No. Guess again.
Night in Jersey City? No. I give up.
Well, it's Nightingale.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, now what is it?
Florence the Mockingbird.
That's fine.
Now, Mortimer, let's show Mr. Bergen how much you're learning about first aid.
Yeah.
Now, let's suppose a man has a broken leg.
No.
What would you do?
Oh, leg, front leg? Yeah, front leg. Well, if the leg is broken above the elbow, I'd rub it with some, that horse liniment, I get some linen, linen. Guess I'll have to shoot him. I can't say linen. I'm sharper than a gumdrop.
Yeah, that's fine, Mortimer.
Now, Mortimer, let's show Mr. Bergen how you helped me in the bandaging class.
Yeah, ma'am, yeah.
Now, stand right over here.
Just before the battle, mother.
We're going to pretend you have an injured arm.
Yeah.
First, we take the bandage like this,
Yeah.
and we wind it around and around and around and around.
I'm getting dizzy.
And next, we fix the sling.
Yeah.
I draw it gently under your arm, and then I take one end in one hand, and the other end in the other hand. There, like this. Oh, now hold still. Then I put my arm around your neck.
Oh, what's the matter, Mortimer? Oh, she tickles me, yeah. What's the matter? Oh, she gives me those gooseberry bumps. Well, Mortimer, I see you've certainly learned a lot in your Red Cross work.
Yeah, isn't it amazing?
Yeah.
Last time you saw me, I was just nothing.
Yes, and look at you now.
Yeah, gruesome, ain't I?
Thank you, Edgar Bergen, Charlie McCarthy, and Mortimer Snerd. Command Performance is pleased tonight to answer the letters of Navy Bill Morgan at a port in Cuba, and a fellow named Roth on one of Uncle Sam's fighting submarines, and Charlie Demur and the crew over there in Hawaii, and still another Navy man named Rowell, whose wife waits for him in Newport, Rhode Island. And we're calling Lieutenant A.M.W. in London with love from a girl named Alice. Here are two favorites of thousands of you, Kenny Baker singing Stardust.
And now the purple dusk of twilight time steals across the meadows of my heart. High up in the sky the little stars climb, always reminding me that we're apart. You wander down the lane and far away, leaving me a song that will not die. Love is now the stardust of yesterday, the music of the years gone by. Sometimes I wonder why I spend the lonely night dreaming of a song. The melody haunts my reverie, and I am once again with you when our love was new, and each kiss an inspiration. But that was long ago. Now my consolation is in the stardust of a song. And so beside a garden wall, when stars are bright, you are in my arms. The nightingale tells his fairy tale of paradise where roses grow. Though I dream in vain, in my heart it will remain my stardust melody, the memory of love's refrain. The memory of love's
Well, fellas, that old guy in charge of counting off the minutes just sneaked in here to wind up the studio clock and put us out for the night. But before saying goodnight, I'd like to drop in on Bill Craig and his buddies in Greenland, and then cut down to Panama with a load of love to Weston Wren. Thanks to Silva and Jones, who wrote in from Accra, Africa. Hello, Williams and the gang at APO 952. And love to the 18 dog faces who wrote on August 12th from somewhere in the wide and blue. And Bradley at Fort Randolph. I'll send you that snapshot. Lieutenant Scheibel at APO 868M. Don't kid me. You know what you want. Hi there to Marco at 957 and Private Graham in Hawaii. And Matt Pagliasotti at 812. Appleby and you 18 men at the HECP in San Juan. Take it easy, cousin. We love the Marines. Hello, Foley and company at 836. Hello, Mac and the rest of the boys at Darien. Was that loud enough? And to all of you men all over the world, this is Betty Grable sending love and kisses from the USA.
Command Performance USA, the greatest entertainers in America, answering the requests of our fighting men, nurses, and civilian workers throughout the world, and saluting our partners in all the United Nations. Command Performance is presented by the War Department of the United States in cooperation with the Hollywood Victory Committee and Local 47 American Federation of Musicians. This is Don Wilson thanking you for the swell letters you send to Command Performance in care of this station, and until next week saying, so long from Uncle Sam.
Yank, the Army Weekly, presents G.I. Jive. Here it is, fellas, the music you asked for. G.I. Jive, the AEF jukebox of the air. To get what you want in jazz, write. The only address you need is Special Service, Los Angeles, USA. Just put your requests in, and out will come your favorite bands and singing stars. Men, it's another session of G.I. Jive, and happy day. Today to pass out the jive, here's that American beauty, Ann Rutherford. Furthermore, she's brought along an armful of her favorite records. So, men, it's here and it's mellow. Welcome back to G.I. Jive, Ann.
Thanks, soldier. And hello, fellas. I know you want to get right down to the serious and the solid, and I hope you go for what I brung you. Here's a new recording of a new arrangement of an old favorite. It's Eddie Miller's Sockaroo, Shortening Bread. Give it that backbeat, Eddie. shortening bread. And Eddie Miller, you made us know it. Now, to keep everybody in the mood, here's some more foot-warmer stuff. It's a razzmatazz ride man giving the solid beat to Beale Street. It's that hot man, Jack Teagarden, and the tune is played especially for Clifford and the Cats of the 109th Ordnance Company somewhere overseas.
Oh, Beale Street could talk. Yeah, Beale Street could talk. There's a lot of married men I know would have to take their beds and walk. Except one or two who never hit that booze, and a blind man on the corner who sings his Beale Street blues. I'd rather be here than any place I know. Oh, I'd rather be here than any place I know. It's gonna take a sergeant for to make me go home. I'm going to the river, baby, by and by. Oh, I'm going to the river, baby, and there's a reason why. 'Cause the river's wet and Beale Street's done gone dry.
Now we have a letter from 3 sailors who call themselves the Music-Minded Gobs. And they answer the roll call to the names of Pharmacist Third Class C.W. Fritz, H.J. Tracy, and Seaman First Class Thomas McCarthy. They want to hear the Indian Love Call. And so this is a swell chance for me to introduce you to Charlie Spivak's arrangement of it. Happens to be a favorite of mine, too. For the next hot cake on today's Parade of the Hot, here's something that's much too good to keep. It's that Dixieland stuff with Bob Crosby and the Bobcats called In a Minor Mood. Fellas, this is Ann Rutherford signing off because our time for G.I. Jive is about used up for today. But it's been a lot of fun being with you and spinning some of my favorite records, and I hope you enjoyed them. So long. Lots of luck, and I'll be seeing you.
Thanks very much, Ann Rutherford. I know that the men overseas really got a kick from your words and music. And by the way, men, remember this is your show and you call the shots. If there's anything you want to hear, just write. Address Special Service, Los Angeles, USA. This program was produced by the Special Service Division of the War Department of the United States of America.
At Ease. At Ease is the Armed Forces Radio Service presents a quarter hour of music played without interruption. So, at ease and listen to the folk songs of tomorrow. You've been at ease for the past quarter hour with music by Al Goodman and his orchestra. Songs were I Should Care, Laura, Say It Over Again, and Strange Music. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Lucky Strike Green has gone to war. Lucky Strike Green has gone to war. Let that chant remind you that Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. No wonder that with men who know tobacco best, it's Lucky's 2-to-1. Lucky Strike Green has gone to war. Lucky Strike presents Your Hit Parade, the 10 leading songs of the week, determined by a carefully checked 7-day survey of the bestsellers in sheet music and phonograph records, the songs most played on the air and in the automatic coin machines, and the songs most requested of the nation's band leaders. An accurate, authentic compilation of America's taste in popular music. Your Hit Parade. Now here's Martin Block with this week's ranking.
Thank you, Basil Rysdale, and hello, friends. Lucky Strike Green has gone to war. Your Hit Parade starts off tonight with Barry Wood singing the number 4 song in all America, I Got a Gal in Kalamazoo.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I got a gal in Kalamazoo. I don't want to boast, but I know she's the toast of Kalamazoo. Those years have gone by, my, how she grew. I liked her looks when I carried her books in Kalamazoo. I'm going to send that wire, hopping on a flyer, leaving today. Am I dreaming? I can hear her screaming, hi, you Mr. Jackson. Everything's okay, A-L-A-M-A-Z-O-O. What a gal, a real pipperoo. I'll make my bid for that freckle-faced kid I'm a-hurrying to. I'm going to Michigan to see the sweetest gal in Kalamazoo. Send a wire, hopping on a flyer, leaving today. Am I dreaming? I can hear her screaming, hi, Mr. Jackson, everything's okay. A-L-A-M-A-Z-O-O. What a gal, a real pipperoo. I'll make my bid for that freckle-faced kid I'm a-hurrying to. I'm going to Michigan to see the sweetest gal in Kalamazoo. Sweetest gal in Kalamazoo.
Lucky Strike Green has gone to war.
Friends, that was your singing star Barry Wood starting things off with the 4th ranking song on Your Hit Parade. That leaves 9 more of your current favorites to be sung and played by Barry Wood, Joan Edwards, the Hit Paraders, and Mark Warno and the Lucky Strike Orchestra. And we have lovely Ethel Smith to send out 3 Lucky Strike extras to the men of our armed forces. But right now, here's Joan Edwards with the song that's making its first appearance on the parade, Gobs of Love, at number 10. And Lucky Strike Green has gone to war.
I've got gobs of love for the Navy. Gobs and gobs and gobs. Though my heart skips a beat when the soldier I meet. What it won't do when I see a man in blue, and I got loads of hugs and kisses. That's exactly what a sailor misses. 'Cause every time the fleet comes in, I start burning up within with gobs and gobs of love. 'Cause I got gobs of love and kisses for the Navy. Just gobs and gobs and gobs. Though my heart skips a beat when the soldier boy I meet. What it won't do when I see a man in blue, and I got loads of hugs and kisses. That's exactly what a sailor misses. 'Cause every time the fleet comes in, I start burning up within with gobs and gobs of love.
Lucky Strike Green has gone to war.
Number 5, Lucky Strike Green has gone to war, and the Hit Paraders sing the latest addition to the songs about the blues. Your number 5 song, Serenade in Blue.
And as we dance the night away, I hear you say forevermore. And then the song became a sigh, forevermore. became goodbye, but still you're here in my heart. So tell me, darling, is there still a spark? Only lonely ashes of the flame we knew. Should I go on whistling in the dark, serenading
Lucky Strike Green has gone to war. And now, time out for a Lucky Strike Extra by a pretty girl who has a knack for playing the electric organ as it has never been played before. Of course, I'm talking about your new hit parade star, charming Ethel Smith. For her first Lucky Strike Extra tonight, Ethel Smith salutes all the men in Uncle Sam's service with a brilliant South American samba. It's called Os Tintinos Nos Toreros. Lucky Strike Green has gone to war. Now, friends, here's Basil Rysdale, who's prepared to demonstrate by reenactment that a Southern tobacco auction is really quite as exciting as any of those football games you've seen or heard today. Picture a huge tobacco warehouse, ladies and gentlemen, crowded with people. Over a dozen buyers competing for the lead. And the whole crowd tense with excitement as the bids go up.
Good tobacco, boy. 41.
$41 a 100 pounds is the warehouseman's opening bid on this next basket. Right away, a leaf company bids 42. Lucky Strike raised it to 43. That leaf company again, 44. Another cigarette company bids 45. An export company, 46. 46. But Lucky Strike raised it to 47. And yes, it's going.
$47 bid is sold to the American.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, at auctions like that all over tobacco land, year after year, the makers of Lucky's consistently select and buy the riper, lighter, milder tobacco, the real Lucky Strike tobacco. Friends, to put it in a nutshell, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, so round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. And from my own smoking experience, Barry Wood comes in for a chorus of Dearly Beloved. It's number 7. Lucky Strike Green has gone to war.
see. Somewhere in heaven you were fashioned for me. Angel eyes knew you. Angel voices led me to you. Nothing could save me. Fate gave me a sign. I know that I'll be yours come shower or shine. So I say, Millie, dearly beloved, be mine.
Lucky Strike Green has gone to war. Lucky Strike Green has gone to war. The hit paraders introduced to the big time for the first time the new 8th ranking song, Daybreak. Lucky Strike Green has gone to war. Another Lucky Strike Extra, and here's your hit parade star, Ethel Smith, with her second selection for the men in our armed forces. And Ethel's ready and waiting to give out with a Jerome Kern Showboat medley. Lucky Strike Green has gone to war. Lucky Strike Green has gone to war. Your hit parade moves on with a song that's number 9. Joan Edwards sings the Ballad of New York that hits the survey in 9th spot this week, Manhattan Serenade. Set our hearts aflame. Our
Your kiss was a sky ride to the highest star. We made it without touching the handlebar. And I gave you my love to the melody of the music, the madness that made our Manhattan serenade.
Lucky Strike Green has gone to war. And friends, in sixth place is the third newcomer to your hit parade this week. So it's Barry Wood with I Came Here to Talk for Joe, the song that's number 6. Lucky Strike Green has gone to war.
I came here to talk for Joe. He wants me to let you know he can't keep that date with you tonight. I came here to talk for Joe. Gee, that kid sure loves you so. And when he gets the chance, he said he'd ride. That boy has so much courage. I've seen the things he can do, but he never had the courage to tell you how he feels about you. He's got a perfect alibi. He can't be here and in the sky. So I came here to talk for Joe.
Lucky Strike Green has gone to war. Lucky Strike Green has gone to war. We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Lucky Strike Green has gone to war.
Friends, do you ever daydream? Ever relax and build castles in the air? It's fun. You ought to try it sometime. The other night after dinner, I sort of relaxed and lit up a Lucky. Watched the smoke build up into air castles and imagined what it would be like if I had everything I wanted at my command. Boy, what a life that would be. It's amazing what you can do in your daydreams. But you know something? As I sat there dreaming all these things, I looked at that Lucky Strike I held in my hand, and a thought struck me. That Lucky Strike cigarette, so round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw, was one thing that just couldn't be any better. You see, in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And since we all know for a fact that Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, and since our buyers select finer, lighter, milder leaf for each and every Lucky, well, there isn't any doubt in my mind that if I were the richest, most powerful guy in the whole world, Lucky's would still be my smoking preference. Now, friends, that's why I think you ought to try Lucky Strike this very night. Yes, sirree. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
Lucky Strike Green has gone to war.
And that fanfare, friends, is the signal for the nation's 3 top songs. Now, here's a tune that keeps right on in popular favor and stays with the leaders for the 8th consecutive week. The Hit Paraders sing the romantic ballad that's in 3rd place, My Devotion.
Deep as the ocean, and like a star shining from afar, remains forever the same. My devotion is not just a sudden emotion. Oh, not so sudden. It will be constantly burning, and your love will kindle a flame. Oh, what a sweet beginning to the dream I planned. All I own is yours alone. Your wish is my command. And this sensation was never a mere fascination. Here in my heart one sweet day it started, then with time it grew. My devotion to you.
Lucky Strike Green has gone to war.
Number 2. Last week, the sensational tune written by Private Frank Lesser of the United States Army Air Corps jumped 7 notches to land in second place. And tonight, it's still up there. Barry Wood and the Hit Paraders are on with the tune that's knocking at the door for top honors. In second position, Praise the Lord and Pass the Ammunition.
Praise the Lord and pass the ammunition. Praise the Lord and pass the ammunition. Praise the Lord and pass the ammunition, and we'll all stay free.
Down went the gunner, a bullet was his fate. Down went the gunner, and then the gunner's mate. Up jumped the sky pilot, gave the boys a look. Manned the gun himself as he laid aside the book, shouting, Praise the Lord, pass the ammunition. Praise the Lord, pass the ammunition. Praise the Lord, and pass the ammunition, and we'll all stay free. Praise the Lord and swing into position. Can't afford to sit around wishing. Praise the Lord, we're all between perdition and the deep blue sea.
Yes, the sky pilot said it. You gotta give him credit for a son of a gun that was he.
Shouting, praise the Lord, we're on a mighty mission. All aboard, we're not a-going fishing. Praise the Lord and pass the ammunition, and we'll all stay free.
Praise the Lord and pass the ammunition. Can't afford to sit around a-wishing. Praise the Lord. We're all between perdition and the deep blue sea.
Yes, the sky pilot said it. You got to give him credit for a son of a gun that was he.
Praise the Lord.
Shouting, praise the Lord. We're on a mighty mission. All aboard. We're not going fishing. Praise the Lord. Pass the ammunition and we'll all stay free.
Praise the
Shouting,
Lord.
praise the Lord. We're on a mighty mission. All aboard. We're not a-going fishing. Praise the Lord. Pass the ammunition and we'll all be free.
Lucky Strike Green has gone to war. Lucky Strike Green has gone to war.
The big winner. There's not much more you can say about a song than that it's number 1 on your hit parade, except that Joan Edwards is going to sing it. So here's Joan with the song that's first in all America, White Christmas.
the treetops glisten and children listen to hear sleigh bells in the snow. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas. With every Christmas card I write, may your days be merry and bright, and may all your Christmases be white.
Lucky Strike Green has gone to war.
So long for a while, that's all the songs for a while.
So long to your hit parade and the tunes that you picked to be played.
Yes, friends, that's all for now. Lucky Strike Green has gone to war. But next Saturday, we'll be back with your hit parade. And each day between now and then, we can all be helping to bring victory closer by buying war bonds and stamps. Remember, every time you buy a bond, you're helping to save American lives. Think that over carefully the next time you decide you're buying all the bonds you want. And now, until next week, this is Martin Block speaking for Lucky Strike, saying goodnight for Joan Edwards, Mark Warnow, the Hit Paraders, Ethel Smith.
And this is Barry Wood saying, Lucky Strike Green has gone to war.
The famous tobacco auctioneer heard on tonight's program is Mr. L.H. Speed Riggs of Goldsboro, North Carolina. Basil Rasdale speaking. Lucky Strike Green has gone to war.
The violin solo is in. Ethel, right after the violin solo, when you come back to melody, could you play out just a little bit? You're holding down a little bit. Yeah, when she comes out of it.